Chapter 847, A World Stunning Spear. Chapter 847, A World Stunning Spear. The terror of a slaughter puppet was not only their lack of fear in the face of death, but also their powerful physical defensive power. They had gone through all sorts of transformations to eliminate their ability to sense pain and could burn their life potential at any moment, giving them a high endurance. In a sense, they resembled corpse devils that did not feel pain nor know exhaustion. Even if one was stronger than them, it would require a massive amount of energy to kill them, possibly being injured in the process. Yaksha King, go and have some fun with that little beast. Sichu Bonan ruthlessly smiled. Although he didn't expect Yaksha King to defeat Lin Ming, it was still enough to consume his strength and wipe that snotty and insufferably arrogant smirk off of his face. This type of slaughter puppet would not need to block attacks, only exchanging attacks head-on in the cruelest manner possible. If Lin Ming were to confront this slaughter puppet head-on, then his fate could be imagined. Although Yaksha King was a puppet, he still had his own mind and thoughts. He looked towards Lin Ming like a beast towards his prey, his eyes filled with a greedy and brutish light. He had been sealed up until now, so he had no idea what sort of person Lin Ming was or how strong he was. Yaksha King only knew that this youth in front of him was his opponent. Although Sichu Bonan had warned him about just how fierce Lin Ming was, it was impossible for him to take a first-stage life-destruction youth seriously. Hey, brat, your luck is so shit. You're only at the first stage of life destruction. Killing you would be as easy as ripping apart paper. As for me, I really hit the jackpot this time. Do you know how valuable your life is? As long as I can kill you, I will be rewarded with a 10,000-year peach pith. That is enough to nourish the fires of my life so that I may live for another 200 years. These slaughter puppets' life vitality had already come to an end. Even a 10,000-year peach pith couldn't bring them back to life. But, continuing their existence for another 200 years, where they could recklessly play and enjoy their glory, was more than enough. This time was equal to 3 mortal lifespans. It was an extremely great temptation to them. Yaksha King flourished his trident and stepped on stage. This area was not built from stone. It had been a several tens of thousand feet high mountain peak that had been forcibly sheared off by the great powers of the Azura Divine Kingdom, leaving behind nothing but a flat foundation that was as smooth as if it were butter sliced through with a saber. Of course, an array formation was built in to support it. On the plateau of this sheared-off mountain peak, the arena itself was hundreds of miles wide. Even if tens of thousands of people were to stand here, it still wouldn't seem crowded. Dang! A large bronze bell was rung. The ringing sound spread out for several hundred miles before fading away. The battle begins. Lin Ming held his red spear and took a sudden step forward, the rock exploding beneath his feet. With the void twisting beneath his feet, space seemed to lose meaning. He opened the heretical god force, his entire body revolving with true essence. After breaking through to life destruction, all of Lin Ming's cells had been reformed from energy, becoming able to store true essence. By adjusting himself with flow like silk, it was like his entire body was breathing in unison. As he stepped forwards, it was like an erupting volcano. After crossing through life destruction, not only was his endurance several times what it was when he was at the late revolving core, but his explosive force had also increased. This sort of full and hearty feeling left Lin Ming addicted. But now, only a cold killing intent shined in Lin Ming's eyes. This was not the time to hide his abilities, but to win this battle quickly like a flash of lightning. Chasing thunder, the heretical god Sprout howled. On top of Lin Ming's long spear, arcs of purple-gold lightning electricity sizzled. This thunder was like a purple divine blade that instantly passed through 10 miles of space. And on the outside of the long spear, there was impressively a silver-white shadow. This was the silver battle spirit. Once a battle spirit broke into the silver level, it could manifest into reality. Millimeter. Yaksha King's pupils shrank. With his own strength, he could reach rank 200 on the destiny decree. If he disregarded all costs to use a special demonic path transformation ability, then he could even have a combat strength equal to rank 170 to 180. As a master, he was naturally able to discern the power behind moves. The reason he had been rampant before was because he had been a martial artist who had crossed through fire and waters, surviving through countless dangers. Facing a young little boy who was 4 small boundaries below him, his rampant arrogance had been a natural response. Even though Sichu Bonan had warned him, he still hadn't thought Lin Ming had a chance of winning. But now as he saw the power and potential within Lin Ming's spear, he immediately felt a fatal crisis approaching. His opponent was absolutely a top master that could not be judged by cultivation. Demon King Trident. Yaksha King erupted in a roar. He simply didn't think of blocking this spear. He gripped his trident and poured his true essence into it, stabbing out at Lin Ming. On the dark and bleak trident, countless demonic phantoms began condensing. Each one was incomparably hideous and fierce, biting out at everything before them. Roar, roar, roar. All of the demonic phantoms converged into a massive demon that bit down at Lin Ming's chest. This was a purely offensive attack with no intention of blocking, all aimed at Lin Ming. As long as Lin Ming thrust out his spear, then even if he killed Yaksha King he would still be injured. Lin Ming could use his absolute speed and concept of space to attack Yaksha King first, but Yaksha King had already sent out his move. Because of how close they were, Lin Ming would still be struck by the shockwaves after the energy exploded. Under such a close-range strike, Lin Ming would suffer some minor wounds even with the Demon Emperor armor to protect him. Lin Ming had a tough physical body. A shockwave injury certainly wouldn't affect his combat strength, but if many of these light wounds accumulated over time, it would actually become extremely dangerous. The Azura Divine Kingdom had an untold number of powerhouses they still hadn't sent out, and the more powerful enemies were still behind. He had to maintain his peak condition before fighting the final master in this battle. This was the overwhelming advantage of a slaughter puppet. They could forcefully meet all attacks but Lin Ming couldn't. Yaksha King knew this point and was trying to force Lin Ming to change the direction of his attack before he gathered enough potential. Once Lin Ming changed his attack, then he would consume even more energy and also create chaos in his body's true essence. You little beast, I want to see just what you'll do. Sichu Bonan's vulture-like eyes erupted with a thick killing intent. His face was full of a brutal and savage happiness. This move was to hit him where it hurt and to cause a loss to Lin Ming. No matter how much stronger Lin Ming was than Yaksha King, so what? In this situation where he was trying to use the least amount of energy, defeating Yaksha King, who didn't care about any damage he took, would be extremely difficult. When everyone thought Lin Ming would change his attack, at this moment, Lin Ming's eyes flashed with a sharp purple electric light. All of his muscles suddenly bulged and strength reached into his legs and waist, his spine bending like a divine bow. Lin Ming had opened the second of the 8 inner hidden gates, the Gate of Limit. This gate was located in the spine and was responsible for coordination, balance, and explosive power. Compared to the obvious functions of speed and endurance from the Gate of Wonder and the Gate of Healing, the uses of the Gate of Limit were much more inconspicuous. But at this time, with an eruption of energy from the Gate of Limit, Lin Ming's spine burst out with an unrivaled strength. Lin Ming's physical body strength was originally equal to 1 million jins. With the specialized support of the Gate of Limit, it now reached 1.5 million jins. With 1.5 million jins as the basis, Lin Ming threw out the long spear in his hand. It flashed out like a bolt of flaming lighting. This was a divine arrow that Lin Ming had shot out with his spine as a bow. It brought with it the sound of rumbling thunder as it howled through the void. This scene left all martial artists present dumbfounded. In an exchange between masters, they would rarely throw weapons. This was because essence-gathering system martial artists relied on true essence to attack, not their physical strength. True essence came from the body, from the dantian. Only by holding a weapon in their hand would they be able to continuously pour true essence into it to display its strongest might. The so-called grades of treasure judged not the sharpness of a weapon, but their hardness and how much they could enhance true essence. Once a treasure weapon left the hand, no matter how high of a grade it was, the amount of true essence that could be poured into it was limited. If a treasure attack were to be shot out by a martial artist using their physical strength, just how could it compare to an enemy's complete strength? How much impact force would still be remaining in the thrown weapon? Not only that, but after a treasure was released, It could only fly in a single trajectory, becoming extremely easy to dodge. In addition to the loss of the weapon itself, this was an extremely dangerous thing to do. A martial artist that didn't have a treasure weapon would lose the sharp penetrative power in their attacks, causing their combat efficiency to drop by over half. This could even be called a very stupid act. Whoosh! The long spear broke through space, causing the air to tremble and issue out a terrifying sonic boom. On the other side, the demon phantom that Yaksha King summoned snarled, stretching out a giant demon claw and maniacally plunging down at Lin Ming's spear. Once I separate you from your treasure, you'll just be nothing but weeds. With your strength limited, you won't be able to block my all-out attack even if you're stronger than me. Catcher. The demon claw collided with the red spear. But then, a mind-boggling scene occurred. Yaksha King's demon claw was actually burst apart by that red spear. Just how terrifying was it if a 1.5 million Jin boulder were dropped from the air? And if all of this strength was poured into a spear, the might would only be doubled. The long spear passed through without slowing, piercing straight towards the Demon King Phantom's front. Just what was this physical strength? In that split second, Yaksha King simply didn't have time to think about this. He thrust out his hands and the Demon King Phantom spat out a mass of black fog that enveloped the purple electric long spear. This black fog was able to corrode true essence. The power in that long spear was limited. As long as more true essence was melted away, it would exhaust itself in the end. But at this time, a silver light suddenly flashed out. In the next moment, the Demon King Phantom was directly stabbed through. This was the glory of a battle spirit. While Lin Ming had used 1.5 million Jins of strength to shoot out this long spear, he had simultaneously poured his silver battle spirit into it. With both of these factors added together, the power of this strike was hard to imagine. Compared to this, attacks with thunder attribute true essence poured into them were nothing at all. Peng! The Demon King Phantom completely exploded. Yaksha King's eyes turned blood red. He couldn't even believe this was true. This was the power of a silver battle spirit. Although Sichu Bonan had repeatedly warned him, he only knew of its terror after personally experiencing it. Energy erupted in his legs. He wanted to dodge this red spear, but in that moment, Yaksha King felt as if all of his movements had slowed down. Although it was only a little bit slower, in the face of that incomparably fast long spear, it was far more than enough. In the next instant the long spear had stabbed into Yaksha King. Puff! His protective true essence was torn apart like paper. The long spear with 1.5 million Jins of strength penetrated through Yaksha King's chest, shattering his ribcage and turning all of his organs to mush. The spear was unstoppable. With a rain of blood it shot out the other side. In that moment, Yaksha King was like a small chicken that had been shot by a massive crossbow. The powerful impact force sent him flying backwards several miles before landing on the floor, bouncing and tumbling over and over for hundreds of feet before finally lying still on the ground like a dead dog. There was a keg-sized hole in his chest. His entire body had nearly been split in half. But the long spear's velocity still didn't stop. It instantly passed through 100 miles and pierced through a distant mountain peak as if it were made from tofu. The spear shot through the middle of the mountain, forming a large hole 10 feet wide within it. Pu. A tremendous amount of stone powder flew out from this hole. This stone powder was as fine as dust. With a slight breeze in the wind, the stone powder was blown into the air, turning the entire sky a hazy gray. Chapter 848, 5 Poison King. Chapter 848, 5 Poison King. As the martial artists present stared at the dusty sky filled with stone powder, all of their eyes widened, shocked speechless. The spear had pierced through Yaksha King's 2 moves as well as his body. Not just that, but there was so much power left over that the spear had shot through a mountain, creating a massive tunnel through it and a cloud of dust to fill the sky. Just what kind of freakish strength was this? This was a treasure weapon that was thrown. It had an extremely limited amount of true essence within it. And looking at Yaksha King on the ground again, even though he had disregarded all costs to transform his body with demonic path techniques, making it so that he was as tough as a low-grade heaven-step treasure, he was still torn apart by that shot, as if he had been quartered to pieces. Yaksha King's death was too sudden. Many of the lower cultivation martial artists didn't even have time to react. The entire battle had only lasted for a few blinks of the eye. That Yaksha King, who could be ranked 200 on the destiny decree, and could possibly contend with a rank 170 to 180 master because of his various transformations, had actually been instantly killed by Lin Ming's spear. And this spear had been thrown. Throughout this entire process, not even the hem of Lin Ming's robes was touched. He had consumed only an insignificant amount of strength and true essence. The disparity was just too great. This is really surprising. The fabled silver battle spirit is stronger than I imagined. On the large jade ship, Fairy Snowgale sighed with emotion. She was extremely envious towards this sort of strength. Haha, little Snow, you're only 2,000 years old. Once you temper your will some more, perhaps you'll be able to achieve it. Near Fairy Snowgale, Old Man Good Fortune congenially smiled. Senior's joke is funny. This junior only comprehended a battle spirit at the Divine Sea realm. I really do have no talent in this aspect. In my life, if I can reach small success bronze or large success bronze, that will already be a stroke of luck for me. As for perfect bronze or even the legendary silver, this junior doesn't dare to think about that. Fairy Snowgale smiled as she spoke. Although her words were humble, she wasn't too far off. It was far too difficult to grow one's battle spirit. Haha, don't underestimate yourself. But really, this little fellow Lin Lanjian is truly a rare heaven-gifted talent. Not only does he have a silver battle spirit, but his understandings into the concepts and laws are also startling. Besides the power in that spear just now, the reason it was able to strike Yaksha King was that it contained the concept of time. For him to fuse the mysterious and elusive concept of time into a spear that left his hand, that is indeed uncommon. Once a weapon left the hand, there were far too many disadvantages. Not only could the trajectory be predicted and dodged, but the concept and laws poured within would also be hindered. Lin Ming's spear had caused the flow of time around Yaksha King to slow down for the briefest of moments, but that was already enough time to kill him. The spear he threw was just far too quick. Fairy Snowgale could clearly see the admiration and interest on Old Man Good Fortune's face, causing her mind to stir. Could it be that Old Man Good Fortune was thinking of sheltering Lin Lanjian, or even receiving him as a disciple? If that were true, then there really wasn't anything the Azura Divine Kingdom would be able to do to him anymore. It had to be known that Old Man Good Fortune's strength easily surpassed any Divine Sea powerhouse within the Azura Divine Kingdom. The Azura Divine Palace had an ancient great array so that Old Man Good Fortune couldn't break his way in, but outside of that, 80 to 90% of the Azura Divine Kingdom's Divine Sea powerhouses wouldn't even be able to escape from Old Man Good Fortune's hand. Fairy Snowgale came from the White Clan, so she was very happy to see someone that didn't come from the 4 Divine Kingdoms become the highest under the heavens. The birth of that sort of powerhouse would affect the stability of the Sky Spill Continent's central region, creating a chance for her family clan to benefit. Of course, if Old Man Good Fortune was really intending on protecting Lin Lanjian, then being able to form good relations with him through Old Man Good Fortune was even better. As Fairy Snowgale had all sorts of small thoughts running through her mind, Situ Bonan's expression actually became gloomy like water. He had personally transformed this Yaksha King over 1,000 years ago, and now he had been defeated so easily. This damned Yaksha King hadn't even been able to touch the hem of Lin Ming's cloth. He wanted to pull out Lin Ming's soul and refine his marrow, but now his plans had suffered repeated setbacks again and again. Situ Haotian's eyebrows wrinkled together. In order to ensure absolute, 100% victory, he had already arranged a good number of people to fight Lin Ming and wear him down in this revolving battle. But now, that slaughter puppet that had cost a massive amount of wealth to retain was actually killed by a single spear strike. In comparison, Lin Ming didn't even seem to be the least bit tired. This caused a sudden sense of unease to appear in his heart. Every slaughter puppet was a great wealth of their divine kingdom. Even though they had a deep background, they still couldn't afford to consume resources like this. This was the result Lin Ming desired through killing Yaksha King with absolute superiority. Although his endurance was monstrous, he still didn't believe he could go through an unlimited number of opponents in this revolving battle. He wanted the Azura Divine Kingdom to feel fear. He wanted every life-destruction martial artist who stepped on stage to feel fear. Fear to the point that they no longer dared to try wearing down his endurance. How could it be possible that a throne-long spear could be so powerful? Sichu Bonan gnashed through his teeth. He had summed up the power of the long spear as being from the silver battle spirit. He hadn't considered Lin Ming's physical body strength at all. If a silver battle spirit is already so strong, then only the heavens will know what this little beast's battle spirit will grow to once he breaks through to the divine sea. This little beast absolutely cannot be allowed to live. Sichu Yaoshi echoed from the side. At this time, Sichu Yaoyu stepped forwards. She softly said, "Your Majesty, please permit me to fight him. An ordinary slaughter puppet simply isn't Lin Lanjian's opponent. And I do not wish to use such a dishonorable method to consume his strength. I wish to fight Lin Lanjian in a battle when both of us are in our peak states. Only such a victory will be able to carve that winning faith into my heart and help me lay down the foundation for attacking a higher boundary in the future. I hope that Your Majesty will grant me this." Sichu Yaoyu and the others had all been able to see everything clearly from within the Godspeed boat. Her words were filled with a firm confidence and determination. With her 7th stage life destruction cultivation as well as her extreme violet dantian, she didn't feel that the current strength Lin Ming displayed was any threat to her at all. Of course, she also guessed that Lin Ming hadn't shown his full hand yet. To be able to fight against such an eternally rare talent, she was truly looking forwards to this. As a proud and haughty genius, Sichu Yaoyu didn't wish to use a revolving battle of attrition to wear him down in order to gain victory. To win this way was nothing but a kind of insult to her. Sichu Haotian frowned upon hearing Sichu Yaoyu's words. He slowly and clearly said, "Yaoyu, you are nearly certain to become the successor to the imperial throne of my Azura divine kingdom. Every word you speak, every action you take, all of that is related to the future of my Azura divine kingdom. Your life now no longer belongs to just you. The Azura divine kingdom has trained you, spending countless resources to do so, and yet you want to engage in your so-called fair battle and use the future of the divine kingdom and your own life as a bet. Do you know what price we have to pay if we lost this battle?" Sichu Haotian's words became louder and more severe as he spoke. Although he didn't believe that Lin Ming could defeat Sichu Yaoyu, it was best to be careful. If Sichu Yaoyu were to perish here, then that was absolutely an immeasurably great loss that the Azura Divine Kingdom would not be able to afford. The Azura Divine Kingdom possessed several divine sea powerhouses. But, the truth was that the greatest factor of a divine kingdom's strength was not their number of divine sea powerhouses, but the strength of the peak divine sea powerhouse they possess. The reason that the Sublime Smelting Divine Kingdom and the Nine Furnace Divine Kingdom could stand in front of the Azura Divine Kingdom and the Seven Star Divine Kingdom was because the Sublime Smelting Divine Kingdom had their Imperial Grand Uncle and the Nine Furnace Divine Kingdom had their highest Divine Emperor. Both of them were existences close to being the highest under the heavens. Although Sichu Haotian had used the title of highest under the heavens to encourage Sichu Yaoyu, he didn't have any hopes that she would actually become the highest under the heavens. That was simply too unrealistic a goal, unless she managed to come across some unbelievable lucky chance. But, she had hopes of becoming someone close to being the highest under the heavens. When that happened, the Azura Divine Kingdom would rise in status once more and they would be able to obtain a greater portion of the resources from the Sea of Miracles. Sichu Yaoyu's life was worth more than 2 ordinary Divine Sea Supreme Elders. Not to mention if they lost this battle and couldn't kill Lin Ming, then it would be difficult to withstand the price they would have to pay in the future. "Yes, Your Majesty." Yaoyu was wrong. Although she was unwilling in her heart, Sichu Yaoyu could only obey. "Continue to send out the slaughter puppet. Everything we've saved up is for a day like this. Regardless, a national war won't erupt anytime soon. Compared to the price of losing this battle, some puppets are nothing at all." Sichu Bonan clenched his teeth. Even a lion had to use its full force to capture a rabbit. In this battle they had already planned to use their slaughter puppets and then imperial scholars in order to ensure absolute victory. Humph, he might not be injured, but that powerful attack just now might have been some specialized martial skill. He must have used a great amount of strength there. This time we will bring out a stronger puppet. I want to see just how long this little beast can last. The might behind Lin Ming's spear was far too extraordinary. Sichu Yaoshi didn't believe Lin Ming had easily shot out that spear. Since they had already laid down their cards, Sichu Yaoshi would not back down. She vowed to continue this to the end and consume as much of Lin Ming's strength as possible. 5 Poison King, go. Sichu Bonan ordered. Yes. The 5 Poison King was a thin old man with a sallow face, covered all over with age spots. When a martial artist cultivated to life destruction, they simply wouldn't have age spots. But these age spots on the 5 Poison King were left behind by poisons. His entire body was simply a giant container of poison. On the arena stage, Lin Ming's spear had already been retrieved by a deacon from the Forsaken God clan. This red spear's toughness had reached the standard of a high-grade Heavenstep treasure. There was absolutely no worry that he would damage it. In this period of time, Lin Ming had already opened the gate of healing and completely restored all the strength and true essence he had consumed, reaching his peak condition once again. The amount of energy he had consumed wasn't much to begin with. 5 Poison King and Lin Ming were several miles away from each other. To a mortal, such a far distance would make their opponent look like the size of a little bean in their sight. But to a martial artist, this distance was just a short sprint. And this sprint time was to give 5 Poison King some room to react. He obviously feared that strange spear that Lin Ming had thrown just now. As long as 5 Poison King was struck by that spear, he didn't believe he had any chance of surviving. Quickly wrapping himself with true essence, 5 Poison King hastily took out several black array flags and laid down a poison array. As a poison master and an array master, he could display his strongest combat strength by combining the two. By staying in this array formation, he could both attack and defend. As Lin Ming saw 5 Poison King's extremely cautious movements, he smiled. Did this old fellow really think he was safe? Chapter 849, Without Equal. Chapter 849, Without Equal. Who? 5 Poison King quickly laid down his array. In the blink of an eye, a purple fog emerged from the ground and completely enveloped him. This purple fog was 5 Poison King's special defensive array formation that contained his particular poisonous true essence. If a martial artist broke through this array formation, then even if they had bodily protective true essence, as long as they were touched by this purple fog, then the poison would sneak into their body and injure them. You also don't seem afraid of death. Lin Ming walked forwards, one step at a time. 5 Poison King quickly laid down a second array formation and another layer of purple fog appeared, making the defense even tighter. He said without emotion, "We are already dead. As long as we can wound you, that is enough to bring luck to our descendants. So that's how it is." As his voice fell, a shimmer of cold light suddenly burst out from Lin Ming's eyes. It looked as if he took a single casual step forwards, but several miles disappeared underneath his feet, making it seem as if he had teleported past the poison arrays. The 2 poisonous gas array formations that 5 Poison King laid down weren't able to hinder him in the least. With Lin Ming's current understanding into the concept of space, if an array formation didn't have the space laws integrated into it, then it was simply useless in front of him. Kai kai kai. Purple thunder poured into his red long spear. The top-grade Heavenstep 9 Heaven's Thunder Soul burst out in all its radiant glory. Chasing thunder. A spear thrust out, quick as lightning, simply not giving 5 Poison King the least bit of space to respond. In that instant, all the poisonous fog was covered by a net of crackling purple lightning. 5 Poison King issued a roar and threw out the array disc in his hand. The array disc rapidly spun in the air, ready to explode at any moment. However, Lin Ming's speed was far too quick. Space distorted and he vanished in a twinkling light. A spear thrust through 5 Poison King's body. Sizzling thunder charred his entire body black. And at this time, 5 Poison King's body blew up without any indication. All sorts of poisonous blood and venom rained down in all directions. Lin Ming's pupils shrank as he instantly drew back. Bang! 5 Poison King blew up with his poison arrays. A terrifyingly potent poison shot out in all directions, causing a large hole to appear even in the array formation-supported mountain. Lin Ming had already retreated 5 miles away. His bodily true essence fiercely vibrated with a sizzling sound. This was the sound of his protective true essence colliding with the poison. What a strange poison. It can even pollute true essence. Lin Ming didn't have any expression. The silver battle spirit stirred and a spear of wool chopped out, instantly extinguishing the poison. The special characteristic of a battle spirit was that it could be attached to any object and could cut apart all. This included material objects, souls, force fields, energy, heart demons, true essence, and so on. Defeating 5 Poison King in a single move hadn't exceeded the expectations of the martial artists present. He also killed him in a single move, how fierce. But Lin Lanjian was touched by the poison. I don't know if this will be a problem for him. Doesn't look like there's an issue. I don't know. The poison arts of the demonic path were extremely strange. Sometimes, after being poisoned, it wouldn't seem as if there was a problem, but the poison would suddenly manifest after a period of time, turning a martial artist's body into bloody pus. Of course, to the surrounding martial artists, someone with Lin Ming's strength certainly wouldn't be reduced to that sort of situation. However, coming under a slight influence was still likely. This was a revolving battle. As long as these minor influences accumulated, they would ultimately become fatal. This little beast, even the 5 Poison King's explosion wasn't able to harm him. Humph. And so what? Every battle will consume some of his strength. I want to see just how long he can last. White Bone King, go out. As long as you can wound him, then I will release your family clan from slavery. Throughout the centuries, the Azura Divine Kingdom had fought wars in all directions in order to conquer anyone who dared to challenge their authority. And the top powerhouses of these conquered influences would have a slave seal planted within them and then be turned into a slaughter puppet. White Bone King was one of those powerhouses. His family clan had been a 5th-grade family clan, but the patron of his family clan had been enemies with the Azura Divine Kingdom. Afterwards, their patron collapsed and the White Bone King's family clan was implicated in the ensuing mess. White Bone King was tall and broad. He wore an armor of bones, and as he walked the pieces struck and grinded against each other, emitting ka sounds. Because he had been transformed with all sorts of secret techniques and he also had a slave seal planted in him, White Bone King didn't have any intelligence in his eyes. But Sichu Bonan's promise seemed to stir a strange compulsion in his mind, awakening the memories deep within his heart. Kill. White Bone King bit out this word. With kai sounds, countless bone spurs appeared from all over his body. He rushed towards Lin Ming like a cannonball. Lin Ming's eyes flashed with an interested light. The bone armor of this White Bone King in front of him wasn't forged from the bones of others, but rather came from his own skeleton. A bone-transforming specialist martial artist was really unusual. However, this was far from being able to make up the absolute disparity in strength. Bang! With the sound of a collision, White Bone King's frontal bone spurs all shattered. In the next moment, the long spear turned around and smashed into White Bone King's head. White Bone King's bone armor burst apart like shattered porcelain. His spine cracked and his neck twisted off. His head flew 1,000 feet away, crashing into the floor with both eyeballs burst apart. Lin Ming's figure appeared 1,000 feet away, a slightly numb feeling in his right hand. These bones were much harder than he had imagined. This was already the 3rd match. Sichu Haotian's eyes were cold. He vowed to disregard all cost to bring this revolving battle to its ultimate end. Crimson Blood Demon, your turn. Roar. A red demon covered in blood rushed onto the arena stage. These demonic path martial artists practiced all sorts of evil and dark mystical cultivation methods. Many times it was impossible to tell whether they were a man or ghost. However, regardless of what shape Lin Ming's enemy took, the gap in absolute strength could not be surpassed. The Crimson Blood Demon rushed forward in a suicidal manner, wanting to bring Lin Ming down with him. But Lin Ming shot his silver battle spirit-imbued red spear forwards, and with the sound of rolling thunder it pierced through the Crimson Blood Demon's body like an arrow. The Crimson Blood Demon exploded in a shower of bloody rain. The long spear smashed into the arena ground hundreds of feet away, ripping a large crumbling hole into the array formation-protected arena ground. The Crimson Blood Demon's cause of death was nearly the same as Yaksha King's. The fifth match, Nightmare King. Sichu Bonan's eyes were red with raging anger. He immediately sent out another master. Bang! Nightmare King's soul illusion attack was directly torn apart by Lin Ming's battle spirit. With a whistling sound, Lin Ming's long spear shot forwards. Nightmare King wanted to dodge it, but the concept of space and the concept of time within the spear made it unpredictable and unblockable. Nightmare King forcibly avoided having his heart pierced through, but nearly half of his body was ripped off by the spear. Nightmare King flew backwards, but Lin Ming stepped forwards, crossing through space and instantly appearing in front of him. A fist punched out. Body-tearing, bone-shattering fist. Peng! The half-torn Nightmare King was simply unable to dodge this sudden attack. He instantly burst into a rain of blood. After Lin Ming crossed the first stage of life destruction, all of the cells in his body were transformed, activated by energy and now able to all breath in unison. The power of flow like silk had risen by a great boundary. With a single punch, even a 100-foot-tall boulder would be completely smashed into powder. The fifth match, victory again. So far, none of the martial artists that entered the arena stage had been Lin Ming's match. Sixth match, Earth-bowing monster. Seventh match, Black Iron Demon. Eighth match, Soul Eater. Ninth match, Green Hair Corpse Puppet. Every new match was sounded with a new bell ring. Because the matches were too fast, before the first ring faded away, the next ring already began to sound out. Back and forth, this vibrant ringing bell sound echoed through the world, shocking everyone's minds again and again. This was simply a bloody massacre. No matter what strange demonic path techniques these slaughter puppets used, Lin Ming would finish the fight within 3 breaths of time. During this time, it was inevitable that Lin Ming would have frontal collisions with these powerhouses. According to all reasoning, although these collisions might not result in Lin Ming being wounded, they should at least create disorder in his true essence or cause his aura to be unstable. But Lin Ming continued fighting as if he didn't even know what exhaustion was. At least it was impossible to tell if there was something wrong with him from his exterior appearance. 11th match. 12th match. 13th match. 18th match. The Lin Ming on the arena stage had turned vicious and ruthless. At this time, he was like a true dragon that had awoken from a deep slumber. His powerful body seemed invincible to all attacks. All enemies that appeared before him were torn to pieces, completely swept away without any ability to resist. All of the surrounding martial artists were bewildered. These martial artists that died under Lin Ming's hands weren't some random cabbages. The lowest of them were at the peak 5th stage of life destruction, and there were even 6th-stage life destruction masters. 1,000 or 2,000 years ago they were characters that ruled the destiny decree of their eras. Some of them might have even been ranked in the top 100 of the destiny decree. And these people were chopped apart by Lin Ming as if they were vegetables and then tossed to the side, over and over again. Lin Ming only used several moves, but these moves, no one was able to dodge them. Every single one of these attacks contained a powerful strength. The consumption of energy shouldn't be minor. If a general martial artist was strong, they would still find themselves short of breath after using these moves several times. They would have no choice but to supplement themselves with medicines. But, no matter how good these medicines were, the supplemented true essence would have differences with their own true essence. Eating up enough of these pills would cause the energy within their bodies to turn impure, causing their combat strength to plummet. But Lin Ming hadn't even taken a single pill yet. And looking at his appearance, he didn't even have the least bit of disorder in his breath. Was he even human? 20th match. Bang! The demonic path slaughter puppet that stepped on stage had his head burst apart by Lin Ming's spear. Red and white brain mass sprayed onto the ground before immediately being charred by the power of thunder in the air. That demonic path martial artist's headless corpse plopped to the ground. There was a cold gasp of air from outside the arena stage. It had come from a slaughter puppet that knew it would only be dying by entering the stage. If he were just a normal person, then he wouldn't have dared to go on stage. Even walking into the jaws of death shouldn't be done in such a miserable manner. In fact, even the rest of the slaughter puppets were frightened by Lin Ming. After killing 20 people, Lin Ming's aura made him seem as if he were a wild, vicious beast from ancient times. The accumulated killing intent had formed an invisible energy field around him. Just by approaching him, one would feel pressured and find it difficult to breathe. Even Sichu Haotian was a bit deterred and made weak-hearted by Lin Ming's dominating aura. Every slaughter puppet that he sent on stage was a massive pile of spirit essence stones. Had the slaughter puppets he sent out even been able to exhaust Lin Ming's strength? As he looked at the perfectly calm Lin Ming on stage, Sichu Haotian lacked the assurance to continue like this. His eyes turned and his vision locked onto a red-clothed little boy. Imperial Scholar Xian, it's your turn next. Huh! The red-clothed little boy's heart shrank, a cold sweat suddenly streaming down his entire body. Chapter 850, An Aura to Wash Away the Clouds. Chapter 850, An Aura to Wash Away the Clouds. Your Majesty, the red-clothed little boy's strength was ranked 42 on the destiny decree. Although he was much stronger than those slaughter puppets that had gone on stage so far, he still lacked the courage to face Lin Ming head-on. Even an idiot could see that Lin Ming hadn't used everything he had so far. He went back and forth with the same 3 moves and was already on a rampage right now. The red-clothed little boy didn't think he had a snowball's chance in hell of winning. And, in a life-or-death battle, the red-clothed little boy didn't expect that Lin Ming would show him any mercy at all. He and Lin Ming had a particularly high number of grudges. What? You don't want to fight? Sichu Haotian frowned, a faint killing intent exuding from him. The red-clothed little boy gulped before falling to his knees. Your Majesty, please show mercy. It isn't that this official won't fight, but this official simply isn't that Lin Lanjian's match. I beg your Majesty to spare my life. This official has always faithfully served and worked for the Azura Divine Kingdom's best interests. Please allow me to continue doing so. Sichu Haotian sneered, Humph, I am now giving you your chance to faithfully serve. Have you forgotten just who it was that started this battle? As Sichu Haotian spoke, the red-clothed little boy paled until there wasn't a drop of blood left in his face. When Lin Ming had proposed a revolving battle, that had been done to reduce the pressure on the Forsaken God clan. And, the turning point for that had been the red-clothed little boy. He had taken advantage of his superior strength at the time to bully Lin Ming and declare the battle against him. He had even said that he would lose if he couldn't defeat Lin Ming within 10 moves. Finally, the result was that Lin Ming didn't dodge the battle. Once he crossed life destruction, he would challenge every life destruction master of the Azura Divine Kingdom. In a sense, the reason that this battle even happened was related to the red-clothed little boy. Now that the battle had become much more difficult than they had imagined and the losses were mounting, it was natural for Sichu Haotian to vent his anger on him. The red-clothed little boy's forehead was wet with sweat. He regretted his previous decision so much that his guts turned blue. How could he have spoken words so cheaply? This was really what they meant by careless talk causes trouble. He wanted to say that the one who finally agreed to this battle was Sichu Haotian himself, but he didn't have this courage. He feared that saying such words would cause Sichu Haotian to kill him right here with a single palm. It wasn't just the red-clothed little boy who was soaked in a cold sweat, but Sichu Haotian's elder disciple Sichu Bai also felt his palms sweat. He was ranked 26 on the destiny decree. There was a chance he could defeat Lin Ming, but it was more likely he would suffer a ruinous fate. When he had been at the Forsaken God Clan's Realmheart Great Hall and Lin Ming had declared he would battle all the life destruction masters of the Azura Divine Kingdom, he too had participated in that with several cheap words he now bitterly regretted. He had even said that he wouldn't need anyone to deal with Lin Ming after he crossed life destruction. Sichu Bai had said he could single-handedly defeat Lin Ming. Now that he thought back to those words, he really wanted to smash his head into a wall. Once the red-clothed little boy lost, wouldn't he be next on the list to enter the stage? Will you fight or not? Sichu Haotian glared at the red-clothed little boy. The red-clothed little boy wasn't part of the Sichu family clan and had lived for over 1,500 years already. His chances of breaking through to the Divine Sea were near zero. If he died then he died, it wouldn't too great a loss. I will fight. The red-clothed little boy grit his teeth. Compared to being directly executed here by Situ Haotian, he might as well challenge Lin Ming. Perhaps he might have a slim chance of survival. Moreover, if he died in battle, then his family clan would at least obtain the shelter of the Azura Divine Kingdom. If they were executed because of him, then that would really be an injustice. The red-clothed little boy took a deep breath and flew off of the Godspeed boat. "It's you," Lin Ming said with a faintly interested smile. He and the red-clothed little boy, who was an Azura imperial scholar, could be said to have a very deep enmity. He had been chased by this little boy into the 8,000-mile Black Swamp and had also been challenged by him in the Forsaken God Clan's Realmheart Great Hall. "You challenged me 3 months ago and we set a date, but I never thought you would actually come." Although Lin Ming was smiling, his killing intent didn't diminish in the least. "Cut the crap. Don't think that you will definitely defeat me." The red-clothed little boy placed all of his hatred onto Lin Ming. Ever since he met Lin Ming, that was when his unlucky fate began. He gave a loud shout and his body blew up like a balloon, his muscles sticking out. He grasped a thick lance in his hands. The only problem was that he still had the appearance of a little boy. It made it very awkward looking at him. Samsara Devil Arts. A 6-armed demon phantom appeared behind the red-clothed little boy. Each of the 6 arms held a magic tool, its face pallid and cruel. It looked like an immortal underworld king from the totems of the demonic path. The red-clothed little boy was ranked in the top 50 of the Destiny Decree. After using the Samsara Devil Arts, his aura suddenly shot up. Every martial artist in a 10-mile radius could suddenly feel a tremendous pressure pushing down on them. That is one of the Azura Divine Kingdom's 3 great imperial scholars, Imperial Scholar Xian. A fierce character finally came out. This match should be worth watching. That's right. Although Imperial Scholar Xian shouldn't be Lin Lanjian's match, he should still be able to support himself for some time. Either that or he'll be instantly killed. Now that would be truly frightening. The red-clothed little boy grasped the lance with both hands, a viscous chaotic and demonic energy revolving around the lance shaft. Just looking at this demonic energy made one feel as if their soul was falling for eternity. Concept of darkness? Lin Ming was slightly surprised. The concept of darkness had the attribute of devouring all energy. Its degree of mystery surpassed the concepts of the 5 elements and neared that of the concepts of space and time. For this red-clothed little boy to be able to comprehend this concept to such a degree, he really wasn't an ordinary martial artist. This was also the reason that he was able to stand out amongst all the 6th-stage life-destruction martial artists and rank in the top 50 of the Destiny Decree. Myriad Demons Samsara. The red-clothed little boy split into 6 forms, each one of them carrying a thick lance that curved like a snake. A deep and sticky darkness came shrouding down from the sky, swallowing up all the sunlight. It was like the entire dimensional realm had fallen into darkness. The immortal underworld king appeared high in the sky, its 6 magic tools smashing down at Lin Ming. This was the red-clothed little boy's strongest martial skill. He didn't dare to hold back against Lin Ming, otherwise he wouldn't have a chance in the future. Facing this massive blow, Lin Ming was calm as usual. He held his spear with a single hand and drew a crescent moon in the air. The space around the spear edge began to quietly collapse. Law of annihilation. Chain of stars. Ka. Countless cracks began to appear throughout the entire shroud of darkness, like a black mirror that was being broken apart. Back when he was in the time-worn Phoenix City's God-transforming mirror, Lin Ming had already comprehended the space laws to the point where he was able to rip apart the void. And at that time, the space there had been even more stable than now. The broken space fragments shot out, following Lin Ming's red spear around as he thrust it outward. Space continued to collapse. At the same time, that immortal underworld king phantom was being torn apart by the space fragments. A fierce and grim light flashed over the red-clothed little boy's face as the 6 lance-wielding shadows around him thrust at Lin Ming's dantian. Puff, puff. Space fragments cut into the red-clothed little boy and blood shot into the air. However, he had already held on to the determination to die. He was completely unaware of all the damage being inflicted to him. His every thought was locked onto Lin Ming. He would rather die than miss this lance strike. Millimeter. The concept of darkness can actually make the void sticky and limit my movements. Lin Ming was about to back away, but he discovered that the space around him had turned into something like a swamp. His movements were hindered, causing him to be slightly surprised. However, he was only surprised. From the moment that he started this battle until now, he may have instantly killed his enemies so far, but in order to save his strength and also hide his cards, he had only been using 40 to 50% of his energy. After life destruction transformed his body, every cell within him had undergone a baptism of energy and he had thoroughly formed his spirit body. Combined with his body transformation cultivation, his strength far surpassed that of an ordinary life destruction martial artist to a nearly impossible degree. His peak strength had never been revealed. He flourished his long spear and opened the heretical god force to the limit, as well as galvanizing the power of the 8 inner hidden gates. All of the cells within his body began to breathe in unison. The energy that belonged to a life destruction martial artist burst out. At the same time, his silver battle spirit howled out and formed a silver-white divine spear on the outside of his own red spear. Lin Ming took a sudden step back and grasped the spear's end with both hands. He lowered himself, concentrating the power of his waist. With the support of the Gate of Limit, his spine tightened along his shoulder, gathering more and more power. His spear was like a red dragon about to leap out from the sea. And then, Lin Ming shot forwards. The void was torn apart like paper as the cold spear edge drew a scintillating brilliance through the darkness. "Ca." With a light sound, a dazzling flash of silver-white light shot into the sky as a divine spear directly impacted through the 9 heavens. Billowing purple thunder and waves of surging flames followed, as if the entire world were falling apart. In that instant, the divine spear disappeared. The raging power of thunder and fire swept through the world, invincible and unstoppable. Ka. A crack several miles long appeared in the sheared-off mountain peak. The red-clothed little boy's expression was dull and listless as he stood suspended in the air. Behind him, the immortal underworld king phantom also appeared bleak as it floated in the air. Pang! The immortal underworld king phantom blew apart and the red-clothed little boy's lance split in half. From the lance edge to the lance shaft, the lance was cleanly cut open. This crack spread to the red-clothed little boy's body, forming a grim crimson line of blood that continued up his arm, cut through his dantian, stomach, chest, neck, mouth, nose, finally arriving at his forehead. Then, that bloody line continued around his spine until it formed a complete circle. Next, underneath the eyes of everyone watching, the red-clothed little boy and his lance split in half, blood spraying into the air as his body and weapon dropped to the ground. As the audience saw the red-clothed little boy that was split in half as well as that heaven-step lance that was also the same, all of them were shocked speechless. They had guessed that Lin Ming was hiding his strength, but none of them imagined that his true strength would be so horrifying. That medium-grade heaven-step lance had been split apart from edge to shaft as if it were a radish. Lin Ming was like a juggernaut as he tore his way through all the matches so far without equal. Although everyone thought that the red-clothed little boy wasn't Lin Ming's opponent, they still believed he could last for a while. But, although he had managed to last until the second move, he was still instantly killed right afterward. So now it seemed that the reason Lin Ming threw his spear against those slaughter puppets was because he was hiding his ability and saving his strength. Otherwise, he could simply have used an extraordinarily powerful attack like this. Who cared if it was a suicidal attack? Both attack and person would have been completely torn apart by his spear. He was simply a monster. As Sichu Haotian saw the red-clothed little boy's miserable death, the corners of his lips began twitching. His eyes swept over and he saw that Sichu Bai's forehead was dripping with sweat, and his knuckles were gripped so tightly that they were white. Sichu Bai thought he would have had a chance against Lin Ming, but now it seemed that fighting him was certain death. Garbage. Sichu Haotian spat out this word. Sichu Bai was frightened so much that he fell to his knees, his entire body trembling. He didn't want to die. At this time, Sichu Luosha stepped forwards and then kneeled on one knee. "Your Majesty, please allow me to fight." Chapter 851, Luosha's Determination. Chapter 851, Luosha's Determination. As Sichu Bai saw Sichu Luosha volunteer, he suddenly let out a deep breath of relief, nearly collapsing to the floor. Sometimes, when a martial artist faced a life-or-death situation, their attitude might veer towards one of two extremes. One would be a desperado, not fearing death nor danger. They would mostly come from poorer backgrounds and rely on this sort of character to grasp lucky chances, finally arriving at a higher boundary. And then there were those that treasured their own life. These types of people would often come from large sects and would have enjoyed endless resources since childhood. They had already developed an inherent sense of superiority, so how would they be willing to die? Sichu Bai was the latter. As a martial artist at his level, he had a life that would be several thousand years long. For as long as he wanted, he could enjoy a life more luxurious than that of any mortal king of this world, enough to satisfy for 100 lifetimes. Thus, he cherished his life, and this was also the reason that he found Sichu Haotian's eyes so unbearable. Humph! Sichu Haotian's cold cough fell like thunder in Sichu Bai's ears. Sichu Bai shook and he was nearly knocked to the floor. Sichu Bai would rather be called garbage by Sichu Haotian or disappoint him than to die. As he recalled the bragging talk 3 months ago when he said he could pinch Lin Ming to death even after he crossed life destruction, he wanted to tear his own mouth out. In the end, Sichu Haotian didn't send Sichu Bai on stage. Sichu Bai was worth far more than the red-clothed little boy was. Sichu Bai was just over 70 years old, not that much older than Sichu Yaoyu. He had a small chance of reaching the Divine Sea in the future. However, because of today's mental attack, his chances of reaching the Divine Sea had become that much slimmer. Moreover, the most important point was that even though Sichu Bai was more powerful than the red-clothed little boy, he wasn't that much stronger. If the red-clothed little boy could support himself up to Lin Ming's second attack, then Sichu Bai would at most be able to withstand 5 attacks. The result would still be the same. Lin Ming's combat strength wouldn't be affected too much. As a Divine Sea powerhouse, Sichu Haotian was not an idiot. According to his original plan, even if Lin Ming and Sichu Yaoyu were similar in strength, or perhaps Lin Ming was even a bit stronger, his physical condition would suffer after having to continue through 20 to 30 fights. Small wounds or injuries would accumulate in his body. This was inevitable. He had prepared 20 to 30 slaughter puppets for the explicit purpose of wearing down Lin Ming at all costs. No one was able to fight like a mechanical puppet, never knowing exhaustion. However, after observing over 20 matches, Sichu Haotian was able to confirm that Lin Ming had a terrifying ability. And that was self-recovery. With Sichu Haotian's vision, he shouldn't have discovered this so late. But Lin Ming's restorative ability came from the gate of healing. It was from a cultivation system beyond Sichu Haotian's understanding. Even now he was only able to generally speculate about this ability of Lin Ming's. He simply wasn't able to identify just why Lin Ming's regenerative abilities were so strong. Lin Ming's total energy within his body far surpassed that of a normal martial artist. Not just that, but he could also rapidly absorb heaven and earth origin energy from his surroundings, quickly supplementing any energy he consumed. This caused his endurance to reach a terrifying degree. Also, Lin Ming's physical defense and blood vitality were extraordinary, and he wore the Demon Emperor armor. Even if he was affected by an attack from those slaughter puppets, over half of those effects would have been melted away anyway. He would have only received a minor shock wound. If an ordinary martial artist were to continue this for 20 or more fights, these tiny shock wounds would accumulate and cause the blood energy within their body to be unstable, making their true essence chaotic. But Lin Ming's blood vitality was vibrant and exuberant. With the support of the Gate of Healing, his restorative ability was completely abnormal. Even minor wounds healed at ridiculous speeds. In other words, those 20 fights that Lin Ming had fought in before only had minimal effects on him. Even if Lin Ming consumed a bit of his energy, he was still constantly accumulating momentum. After so many battles in which he slayed his enemies, he had become like an ancient and wild vicious beast, ominous and dire, his momentum seeming as if it had merged with the world itself. These battles had caused him to reach the peak in yet another state. This damned boy. Sichu Haotian grimaced. He didn't blame himself for his stupidity, he was always careful. This method of using a revolving battle to wear down Lin Ming was reasonable and indisputable, But the one factor he never expected was that Lin Ming was actually such an abnormal freak. "Get out!" Sichu Haotian shouted at the insufferable Sichu Bai. After obtaining this pardon, Sichu Bai scurried away with his tail between his legs, absolutely scared out of his wits. At this moment, even facing Sichu Haotian was a form of suffering. He only hated that he couldn't grow another pair of legs and run away even faster. Sichu Haotian's sharp and brutal eyes swept over all the remaining martial artists. Even the several remaining slaughter puppets were frightened. Although they already came here prepared to die, none of them wished to face that vicious beast in human form, Lin Ming. The pressure that Lin Ming put out was simply too great. No one could see the slightest hope of themselves winning. This was like when a death-sentenced prisoner faced the guillotine, and their legs would finally tremble. It was because the cold shine of that guillotine blade was far too oppressive. This was the fear born from killing intent. A group of garbage. Sichu didn't intend to send these remaining slaughter puppets out. The strongest of them was only a bit better than the red-clothed little boy. He didn't want to uselessly send them off and allow Lin Ming to accumulate even more momentum. The great demon envoy actually didn't lower his head. Instead, he looked back at Sichu Haotian with confidence in his eyes. From his eyes, Sichu Haotian could not sense any fear at all, but instead a trace of determination. The great demon envoy was not like these slaughter puppets. He was just over 70 years old and had a small chance of reaching the divine sea. In the face of certain death, it was extremely rare for him to maintain his calm composure. "Demon 1, you seem as if you intend to step on stage?" Sichu Haotian asked. The great demon envoy cupped his hands together. "If your majesty needs, then this official shall go to battle." "Oh. You aren't afraid of death?" "This official has repeatedly failed against Lin Lanjian. Although I fear death, I also fear that my determination and confidence will be ruined." "Good." Sichu Haotian showed an appreciative look. A martial artist that wanted to reach greater heights would first have to have a firm heart of martial arts. If they were someone like Sichu Bai or the red-clothed little boy who trembled and faltered when facing a powerful match, then they could simply forget about ever reaching a higher boundary. Even if Sichu Bai's talent surpassed that of the great demon envoy, when he attempted to break into the divine sea, he would encounter a heart demon that was birthed from his innermost fear of Lin Ming. A heart demon that was shaped like Lin Ming would have unbelievable power and control. It was likely that Sichu Bai would be defeated by this heart demon and fall into obsession. In order to step onto the peak of martial arts, one had to strengthen their determination and their own beliefs. This was because when climbing upwards to the peak of martial arts, they would have to encounter endless difficulties to begin with. Sichu Haotian didn't intend on sending the great demon envoy to a battle he would certainly lose and die in. His eyes shifted to Sichu Luosha, and he saw on him a similar determination. As Sichu Luosha saw Sichu Haotian glance at him a second time, he pleaded once more, "Your Majesty, please allow Luosha to go to battle." Sichu Luosha was different from the others. Although he appeared solemn, he truly did have the confidence to defeat Lin Ming. This match would by no means be certain death for him. Out of all the people present, he was one of the peerless proud sons of heaven that the Azura divine kingdom was raising. There was no business of the divine kingdom that he had to handle, his only mission was to cultivate. As long as he remained focused, he had a great chance of reaching the divine sea realm within 20 years. This is truly destined retribution. Sichu Haotian let out a deep breath. Sichu Luosha was one of his outstanding ascetics, his value was even near that of a divine sea supreme elder. If he died, it would be a significant loss to the Azura divine kingdom. Sichu Haotian looked to the heavens and sighed. If he knew that this would happen, then he would never have become enemies with Lin Ming. But now the Azura divine kingdom was already riding the tiger, they were no longer able to back down. As a divine sea powerhouse and a dignified Azura divine emperor, it would be incomparably ridiculous for him to beg for mercy from a life-destruction realm junior. But, if this could solve the Azura divine kingdom's predicament, then Sichu Haotian would disregard all shame to do this. But now, the problem was that attempting to ease their enmity had no meaning at all. Apologizing now was in truth the same as admitting defeat and the same as saying that the Azura Divine Kingdom couldn't fight Lin Ming even if they disregarded all costs to do so. Losing their national prestige was one matter, but the key question was, could Lin Ming truly lay down this past animosity? If he were to become the highest under the heavens, would he not retaliate against the Azura Divine Kingdom? The Azura Divine Kingdom had tried to push Lin Ming into a dead end several times. Thinking about it, if Sichu Haotian were in Lin Ming's position, then he wouldn't let this go either. What's going on? How come the Azura Divine Kingdom isn't sending out the next match? After the red-clothed little boy was defeated by Lin Ming, an entire quarter-hour passed without any reaction from the Azura Divine Kingdom's Godspeed boat. There hadn't been anyone coming out to battle. Send your head. That red little boy was one of the Azura Divine Kingdom's imperial scholars. Now even an imperial scholar has died. He was killed in just 2 moves by Lin Lanjian. He wasn't even able to support himself for 5 breaths of time. That boy is simply a monster. Anyone who goes up against him dies. If I think about it, those life destruction masters of the Azura Divine Kingdom are probably scared out of their wits. They might just pack their bags and go home in a bit so that they can cry themselves to sleep tonight. The one who spoke was a sublime smelting Divine Kingdom prince. His talent was ordinary and his words were like a scoundrel's. But, by relying on his sublime smelting Divine Kingdom's background, he didn't fear that his words would offend the Azura Divine Kingdom. That's possible, otherwise how could they delay for a quarter hour? You know, the longer this goes on, the more beneficial it is for Lin Lanjian. They are just giving him more time to restore himself to his peak condition. Are you just blathering on like an idiot because you can? What do you mean the longer this goes on the more beneficial it is for Lin Lanjian? Haven't you discovered that in these 21 matches, Lin Lanjian doesn't even seem as if he has consumed any energy? Instead, his killing intent force field is accumulating more and more. 1 comes up then 1 dies, 2 come up then 2 die. All of the martial artists present were elite heroes of the continent. Even if their cultivation was low, they were still unrivaled peers of their sect's generations. Their eyesight was naturally better than an ordinary martial artist's. Someone less than 30 years old who had just broken through to the first stage of life destruction had actually caused all the life destruction masters of the Azura Divine Kingdom to not even dare to fight him. Just what kind of boldness was this? Not just that, but this was a revolving battle and the worst of these martial artists could be ranked 160 to 170 on the Destiny Decree, and the stronger of them could reach the top 50 ranks of the Destiny Decree. Even so, all of them had been completely killed off by Lin Ming. Not just that, but Lin Ming didn't seem to have consumed any energy. Instead, his killing intent only accumulated, every death superimposing on the last until it soared into the sky, seeming as if it was changing the world itself. Now facing this Lin Ming on stage, even the famed elders of 5th grade sects felt frightened, their scalps tingling in horror. Chapter 852, Fighting Sichu Luosho. Chapter 852, Fighting Sichu Luosho. The entire arena was already wrecked beyond repair. The sheared mountain top was crisscrossed with fissures that were several miles long and hundreds of feet deep. If it wasn't for the Azura Divine Kingdom's array formation supporting the entire area, then this place would have long collapsed into the ground. Ruined meat, blood, and bits of organs were scattered all over the place. There were some corpses that weren't even taken away because of how miserable their deaths had been. The entire arena was filled with the strong acrid smell of blood. However, the shaft of Lin Ming's spear was not stained with blood and his clothes didn't even have the slightest bit of damage. His white clothes were as clean as fresh snow. He fluttered high and proud above the arena, his clothes waving in the wind and his hair flying in the air. His expression was light and breezy, as if he wasn't even worried about this life or death battle. With his handsome, jade-like looks and his leisurely manner, he was extraordinary and refined, like an immortal cavalier exiled from the heavens. Within the seamless heaven and earth, the ethereal and elegant Lin Ming stood high above the bloody arena that resembled an Azura slaughter field. This sharp contrast made one feel as if this scene was unreal, as if all this death before him had nothing to do with him at all. Time slowly passed. Soon, Half an hour had passed and the Azura Divine Kingdom still hadn't set anyone out to battle. All of the martial artists were impatiently waiting. What's going on? Is the Azura Divine Kingdom admitting defeat? Many martial artists couldn't help but think this. The Azura Divine Kingdom's background was truly powerful. In a single breath they had sent out 20 slaughter puppets. No one dared to look down on the Azura Divine Kingdom's war strength, but now it seemed that Lin Ming was even stronger. It's time. Go to battle. Sichu Haotian nodded at Sichu Luosha. Even if he was worried that Sichu Luosha would fall here, he still had to send him to fight. After all, Sichu Yaoyue's life was far more precious than Sichu Luosha's. Be careful. If you cannot defeat him, then retreat. As long as you are alive, then I can protect you. Sichu Haotian said to Sichu Luosha with a true essence sound transmission. Your Majesty, rest assured that I shall definitely defeat Lin Lanjian. I will not disappoint your graciousness. Hearing that Sichu Haotian would guarantee his life, Sichu Luosha was grateful. But he would not retreat. This battle was one he had to win. We've already been waiting half an hour, how interesting. Sichu Haotian is delaying time in order to break down Lin Lanjian's momentum. On the Great Jade Ship, the White Clan's fairy Snowgale saw Sichu Luosha step into the arena and faintly smiled. This is the same as acknowledging that everything he did before this was in vain. Lin Lanjian's hidden ability is too great. Sichu Haotian has really eaten it this time. When a strong opponent fell, it would carve a sense of intention in the victor's bones, a faith that they would win, creating a sort of invisible energy field that would drive them to victory. This would cause a martial artist to fight even more vigorously. Sichu Haotian obviously feared this. Old Man Good Fortune laughed. Sichu Haotian is so careful, but how useful will it be to waste this time to break down Lin Lanjian's momentum? The accumulated faith that a martial artist gathered in himself would stay for a few days. It certainly wouldn't be broken in just half an hour. The most that Sichu Haotian did was diminish some of the momentum Lin Ming gathered, but he hadn't broken it. Under the attention of all, Sichu Luosha finally grasped his spear and fell down from the Godspeed boat. He fell onto the mountain ring, distantly facing Lin Ming. It's Sichu Luosha. Sichu Luosha is finally fighting. As the impatient martial artists saw the black-clothed Sichu Luosha slowly fly into the arena stage, all of their eyes turned wide as they locked onto him. I thought that the Azura Divine Kingdom would still send out some suicide troops to wear down Lin Lanjian some more, but I never imagined they would directly send out Sichu Luosha. Does this mean that the Azura Divine Kingdom still has hidden powerhouses it hasn't used? How could there be so many hidden powerhouses? 10 years ago, Sichu Luosha was already ranked in the top 15 of the Destiny Decree. Now his ranking is 12 and no one still knows just how strong he is. I hear he is already nearing the Divine Sea Realm. He should already be the Azura Divine Kingdom's strongest life-destruction martial artist. A battle between top masters could always make one's blood boil with excitement. Especially this battle between the mysterious peak-ranked Destiny Decree masters Sichu Luosha and Lin Lanjian. Sichu Luosha's strength was an unknown variable, but so was Lin Ming's. Those with a discerning eye could see that he had never put his full force forth in any of the previous battles. There were likely many concept and laws and martial skills that he hadn't used. Unknown against the unknown, this was truly a battle that filled with heart with anticipation. Everyone wanted to know just what the limits of their strength were. Hualala. A pair of massive black wings unfolded from behind Sichu Luosha, keeping him suspended in the air. It wasn't strange for a martial artist to have a pair of treasure wings, even Corpsemancer had his own pair. But Sichu Luosha's pair of wings was different. It was not a treasure that had been refined, but a true part of Sichu Luosha's body. These were wings of flesh and blood. Without a doubt, Sichu Luosha had the bloodline of another species in his blood. It was probable that this even included a special bloodline seal ability. Lin Ming, with my peak 6th stage life destruction cultivation, even if I emerge victorious against you, it is not a win for my martial path. But I will not hold back. In this battle I will kill you with everything I have. As Sichu Luosha spoke, several thousand crimson red blood drinking seals suddenly flew out from his body. Then, A scene that startled Lin Ming occurred. These blood-drinking seals completely immersed into Situ Luosha's black wings. The blood-drinking seal tightly pasted themselves onto the feathers, causing the black wings to instantly become red like blood. This combat method, Lin Ming sucked in a breath of cold air. Without a doubt, this was a stylistic cultivation method that Situ Luosha had devised from the great desolate halberd art. He was the same as Lin Ming, a martial arts grandmaster who was stepping onto the path of creating his own set of martial art. No matter how good others' cultivation methods were, they were still others. They might not suit someone else. For instance, Situ Luosha. By combining his special bloodline characteristics with the great desolate halberd art, he could display an absolutely stronger combat effectiveness. Truly worthy of being one of the Destiny Decree's peak-ranked chosen prides of heaven, although Lin Ming's current talent far surpassed the standard of the Sky Spill continent, he still wouldn't underestimate the powerhouses of this world. This was because they were characters that stood out from a trillion or even hundreds of trillions of lives. Ding! A great bell that stood above the sheared-off mountain top rang out once again, resounding through the dimensional realm. The fight had officially started. Situ Luosha acted first. Without any hesitation, he grasped his long spear and turned into a black beam of light that shot forwards. His speed surpassed imagination. Countless spear shades filled the air, creating a brilliant tapestry that blinded the eyes. You want to compare speed? Lin Ming's lips curved up in a smile. What he feared the least was comparing speed. Or, it was more accurate to say that he didn't fear comparing in any aspect. Whether it was physical strength, endurance, will, or anything else, it was enough to make his opponents vomit blood in frustration. Without opening the Gate of Wonder, Lin Ming only used golden rock shattering the void to create a series of phantom shadows in the air. The red spear in his hands wove through the universe, completely meeting all of Situ Luosha's spear shades together. Peng 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 peng. Like a crashing wave on a breaking shore, the entire mountain arena, reinforced by the Azura Divine Kingdom's array formation, began to violently tremble. Spear wind savagely hewed off massive chunks of stone before crushing them into powder. Clouds of broken rocks and dust began to rush into the clear skies. A black and red energy were like two flood dragons violently clashing in the desert, twisting around and staring down at the world with contempt. What speed? I can't even see clearly. All of the heroic young elites present had already retreated 10 miles out. With their sight, watching this battle from 10 miles away was no problem at all. However, they simply couldn't make out Lin Ming and Situ Luosha's movements. Their speed was just too fast. It wasn't just them, but even the famed elders of the various sects were blind as to what was happening. All they saw was a storm of black and red light weaving together in the skies. But as for the exact happenings, none of them were able to distinguish anything in that battle of extreme speed. It seems like they are evenly matched, an elder from a 5th grade sect said with uncertainty. Maybe, another 5th grade sect's highest elder echoed. He was also a Destiny Decree master, and yet he wasn't able to see just who had the upper hand so far. This was truly a disgraceful matter for him. Peng. Situ Luosha's 2 wings spread out. His blood-red wings seemed as if they were carved from pure ruby. After the blood-drinking seals were fused into them, they had become incomparably sharp, able to cut down several spear lights by themselves. A faint red light shot across the skies like a rainbow. 6 blood-red feathers quietly separated from behind Situ Luosha, circling around Lin Ming and aiming at his limbs, back, and head, before shooting out together. Meanwhile, Situ Luosha stabbed his spear at Lin Ming's dantian. His fast. An excited light flashed through Lin Ming's pupils. If he didn't open the Gate of Wonder, then just by using golden rock shattering the void, his movements were even slightly slower than Situ Luosha's. This was already enough to startle Lin Ming. It seemed as if Situ Luosha's special bloodline ability was also connected with extremely fast movement. Bang! A red long spear swept out, drawing a full moon completely around him. The blazing spear light completely blocked all of Situ Luosha's attacks. Catcher. The two collided for the first time. A fierce storm of true essence suddenly stirred up, causing raging true essence to fill the air. The array formation that held together the mountain seemed unable to bear this, and a crack several hundred miles long appeared within it. To Lin Ming and Sichu Luosha, this arena was only a boundary. The true battlefield was in the sky. Bang bang bang. Thunder flashed, space trembled. Lin Ming took his dantian as the center and released a dazzling purple light. This was the glory of thunder. Wild and stormy thunder condensed, forming substantialized purple scales all over Lin Ming's body. Section by section, they covered his entire body. Arcs of electricity flashed from these scales formed from the power of thunder, deeply piercing into Lin Ming's acupoints, connecting him to the tyrannical power of thunder around him. The power of life, thunder battle form. This was one of the most famed techniques of the Eightfold Thunder Emperor. Using thunder as the power of life and changing the body, stimulating it to produce a greater strength. This was a type of supportive martial skill. In order to use it, one had to have a thorough understanding of the laws that formed its foundation. Otherwise, recklessly using this technique would not stimulate their life potential but would instead damage their organs and meridians. As the martial artists present saw Lin Ming's entire body began to be covered with purple scales, they didn't sense anything unusual. But the several divine sea powerhouses, especially the Forsaken God Clan's elders and Patriarch Shabai, were actually dumbfounded. This was really the thunder battle form. This was a unique skill that the Eightfold Thunder Emperor had once relied on to walk the world unrivaled. Although the complete Jade Slip inheritance had been left in the Forsaken God Clan, no one had been able to successfully practice it. Chapter 853, The Glory of Thunder. Chapter 853, The Glory of Thunder. The thunder battle form was a lucky chance the Eightfold Thunder Emperor found within the Sea of Miracles. It was a thunder attribute cultivation method found from ancient ruins that no one else had been capable of entering. Following the Eightfold Thunder Emperor, there were quite a few thunder attribute martial artists that came from the Forsaken God Clan. Some of them even had a thunder attribute support sphere. However, they were only able to obtain a very small amount of harvests from meditating on the thunder concept jade slips that the Eightfold Thunder Emperor left behind. They found it exceedingly difficult to practice even the intermediate thunder attribute martial skills, let alone the thunder battle form. 2 months ago, Shabai lent the complete set of thunder attribute jade slips the Eightfold Thunder Emperor left behind to Lin Ming, adding it to the thunder concept jade slips that Lin Ming already had. His intention had been to let Lin Ming grasp some of the basic techniques to control thunder as soon as possible in order to increase his own strength. He never imagined that Lin Ming would focus most of his energy on the 2 strongest cultivation methods of the Eightfold Thunder Emperor, Thunder Battle Form and Sword of Judgment. He worried that Li Ming had been too ambitious, but he never even dreamed Lin Ming would successfully practice the Thunder Battle Form. If he had successfully practiced the Thunder Battle Form, did that mean he was also capable of using Sword of Judgment? This was a cultivation method no one in the entire Forsaken God Clan had been able to successfully learn in the last several tens of thousands of years. Yet Lin Ming had only needed 2 months in order to learn it. Just what kind of talent and perception was this? Shabai found this impossible to understand. Lin Ming's talent in thunder attribute cultivation methods surpassed the scope of his imagination. Kyla. With a bursting sound, purple gold arcs of thunder crawled on the edge of the red spear. This was the 9 Heavens Thunder Soul. Until now, Lin Ming had never used this top-grade Heaven Step Thunder Soul. As the thunder attribute martial artists in the audience saw the Thunder Soul on the tip of Lin Ming's spear, their eyes began to shine. That was a Heaven Step Thunder Soul. Not just that, but it was an extraordinary existence amongst all Heaven Step Thunder Souls. Such a grade of Thunder Soul could probably only be possessed by a Thunder Attribute Divine Sea Powerhouse. Lin Ming stepped on the void, instantly appearing in front of Sichu Luosha. At such a close distance and by using the ghostly speed of golden rock shattering the void, Sichu Luosha simply didn't have any ability to dodge. Thunder Battle Form combined with the attack of a top-grade Heaven Step Thunder Soul. Chasing thunder. A blazing electric light shook the heavens and earth. Lin Ming's strike seemed to stir the power of the world, causing it to envelop Sichu Luosha. After crossing the threshold of life destruction, Now that Lin Ming used chasing thunder with a top-grade heaven-step thunder soul, the entire space 10 miles around him seemed to have become a hell of thunder. Raging waves of purple electricity howled, drowning all of existence. All of the martial artists present paled. This thunder seemed as if it was pulled down from the thunder dominion that was above the skies of the 8,000-mile Black Swamp. It was truly world-shaking. If these dozens of famed fifth-grade sect elders were to be submerged in this sea of thunder, they would instantly perish and burn to ash. In the face of this overwhelming sea of thunder that covered the heavens, Sichu Luosha erupted forth with a loud shout. All of the feathers on his body stood on end. At this moment, a high-pitched screech rushed out from his body, piercing through clouds and stones and spreading out for 100 miles. The two red wings behind Sichu Luosha began to spin. A massive black hawk phantom thousands of feet long appeared behind him. This black hawk had 4 massive claws. It screeched out before soaring into the skies, spreading its broadsword-like wings as it threw itself into the sea of thunder. Bang, bang, bang! A radiant purple light shined out for 100,000 feet, gorgeous and charming. Countless thunderclaps sounded out before melting into a single endless explosion. Many martial artists couldn't help but forcefully revolve their bodily protective true essence to block the terrifying sound waves. They were still shaken to the core, their ears in extreme pain, with some of them even bleeding from their eardrums. That black jaw shadow twisted and twirled inside that sea of thunder. In the moment before it was extinguished to nothing, it forcefully broke through the sea of thunder. He blocked it. Awesome. How powerful. That is truly worthy of a top-ranked Destiny Decree Master. The scene of Sichu Luosha and Lin Ming's battle was too shocking. The entire mountain was filled with deep crevices, and the aftershock energy waves from their collisions spread out dozens of miles. Sichu Luosha may be surnamed Sichu, but the truth is that his identity is greatly related to the ancient Profound Hawk clan. This ancient Profound Hawk was otherwise known as the Black-Winged Roc. 100,000 years ago, it was an astounding ancient desolate vicious beast. A mature ancient Profound Hawk could easily hunt down a divine sea supreme elder, and Sichu Luosha has perfectly inherited the bloodline of the ancient Profound Hawk clan. Easily hunt down a divine sea supreme elder? How is that even possible? All of the present martial artists found this unbelievable. A divine sea supreme elder represented the peak strength of the entire Sky Spill continent to them. So how could they be easily hunted down? It's true. Legends say that 100,000 years ago, the laws of the world were different from the present. Afterwards, the heavens and earth changed, and those ancient desolate vicious beasts were never able to appear again. The so-called saint beasts we give now are just flattering titles touted by the ignorant. Perhaps they only carry a tiny trace of the ancient desolate vicious beast bloodlines. The Sky Spill continent's central region had many ancient family clans that had an inheritance that continued for tens of thousands of years. In these family clans there were some ancient texts that vaguely described the world of the Sky Spill continent from 100,000 years ago. By combining this information together, one could speculate a number of things. These several sect elders were only casually discussing, and yet they disclosed such shocking secrets. Many young disciples had never heard of the strange matters of 100,000 years ago and were greatly interested. They wanted to ask more questions, when a terrifying sound of thunder resounded in the skies. This sound seemed as if it could shatter the skies and lift the seas. These young disciples paled. They hurriedly revolved their true essence to forcefully resist the sound. As they looked up, they saw that a nearly 10,000 feet long golden python had appeared behind Lin Ming. As this golden python twisted in the air, it resembled a living mountain ridge. This is. As the martial artists present saw this golden python, all of them felt their scalps tingle with dread. In particular the thunder attribute martial artists, they were completely floored. Li Ming had finally released the main form of the top-grade Heavenstep Thunder Soul he had absorbed in the skies above the 8,000-mile Black Swamp. When Lin Ming was in the 90-mile range of the Thunder Dominion, this was the appearance that the top-grade Heavenstep Thunder Soul had taken. Before crossing life destruction, Lin Ming was only able to rely on the heretical god Sprout to suppress that Thunder Soul. It was itself difficult to control. Now that Lin Ming's entire body was tempered by the power of thunder and he was reborn, it wasn't difficult for him to control and galvanize the top-grade heaven-step thunder soul. Lin Ming evenly lifted the long spear in his hands. With rumbling sound, the 10-mile-wide sea of thunder appeared once again, but this time, the sea of thunder was not purple but a pale gold. The pale gold divine thunder seemed to contain an aura even more terrifying than the purple thunder before, as if it were capable of annihilating everything. All of the surrounding martial artists were dumbstruck. That localized thunder dominion had just been destroyed and now a new one was already formed. Moreover, this thunder dominion was even more terrifying than the last one. With Lin Ming's strength, he was still unable to reproduce that pale gold lightning from the 90-mile range of the thunder dominion. But by using the top-grade heaven-step thunder soul as a foundation, it was possible to reproduce a minor trace of the annihilating pale gold lightning within the purple sea of thunder. Chasing thunder. It was the same move, but the power had more than doubled from the previous time. Sichu Luosha's expression was grim. After an intense exchange, he now had to confront an even more terrifying attack. Even he found this somewhat difficult to withstand. A severe light flashed in his eyes. He bit the tip of his tongue and spat out blood essence. This was the source blood essence of the ancient profound Hawk clan. Blood essence quickly burnt up in the air. Soon after, over 20% of the blood-drinking seals on Sichu Luosha's black wings disintegrated. His entire body shined with a bloodlight and the faint cry of a hawk seemed to emerge from his body. This sound was even more terrifying than before and an even more solid ancient profound hawk phantom grew out from his body. This ancient profound hawk phantom completely embezzled Sichu Luosha in its center. In other words, Sichu Luosha had himself manifested into an ancient profound hawk as he soared into that sea of golden thunder. Kai Kai Kai. The ancient profound hawk's feathers were divine swords that chopped apart the power of thunder. But at this time, with a terrifying roar, the massive golden python behind Lin Ming also dove into the sea of thunder, wrestling together with the ancient profound hawk in a brutal brawl. Sichu Luosha had consumed the blood essence as the price to summon a greater and more powerful ancient profound hawk. The ancient profound hawk forcefully tore apart the sea of golden thunder, colliding with the golden python transformed from the nine heavens thunder soul, causing it to retreat again and again. An eagle preying on a python. This is far too shocking. It's hard to imagine that this is a battle between life-destruction martial artists. The surrounding martial artists kept their eyes glued to the action. Even if they couldn't understand what was happening in such a high-level battle, it could still expand their horizons. The golden python was gripped by the ancient profound hawk's claws. It was about to be torn in half. Lin Ming moved at this moment. The nine heavens thunder soul was only a part of Lin Ming's combat strength. How could he allow things to end like this? With a step forwards, he instantly crossed thousands of feet. Lin Ming instantly appeared in the sea of thunder as he thrust out the red spear in his hands. But at this time, the spear point was burning with a blood-red fire. Chasing sun. In the last 20-some fights, Lin Ming had only ever used the concept of thunder and had never used the concept of fire. But now the alarming flames combined with the sea of thunder, creating a titanic detonation. Lin Ming's spear carried a vast and explosive true essence force. It smashed into the back of the ancient profound hawk. Krah. The ancient profound hawk issued a sad and mournful screech. It flew backwards and smashed into a mountain. A side of the mountain collapsed in a rumbling avalanche. Giant stone boulders the size of a palace broke off and were tossed into the air. Sichu Luosha knelt on the ground, propping himself on one knee with his long spear as he vomited blood on the ground. His face was pale like paper. One of the black wings on his back was broken, half of it collapsed and dangled at a strange angle. This was the result of Lin Ming attacking the back of the ancient profound hawk. Is it over? The martial artists present held their breath. The battle between the two had changed too quickly. Sichu Luosha was prevailing, but in the twinkling of an eye, Lin Ming's spear of fire had stabbed out and completely changed the situation. The ancient profound hawk phantom that Sichu Luosha summoned had shattered, leaving Sichu Luosha with a broken wing and blood flowing from his mouth. Above the great jade ship, Old Man Good Fortune saw the battle play out before him and sighed. Lin Lanjian decomposed his body with thunder, turning it into the most basic tiny units. These tiny units were then tempered with thunder before being reformed. He has already long fused the power of thunder into his body, and his compatibility with it has reached a terrifyingly high degree. Even the Eightfall Thunder Emperor's famous unique techniques were successfully and easily learnt by him. To display a part of the Nine Heavens Thunder Dominion's glory is impressive enough, but I never thought he would also have a similarly deep understanding into the concept of fire. It's just incredible. Chapter 854, Admitting Defeat. Chapter 854, Admitting Defeat. On the sheared and shattered mountain peak, Sichu Luosha knelt on the ground. His entire body was covered in blood and he was barely supporting himself with his black long spear. He looked up, his stubborn eyes locked onto Lin Ming. Even though he had been severely wounded, his eyes were still burning with a brilliant and fiery fighting spirit, unwilling to concede. Or perhaps it was because conceding was also insignificant. Because this was a life or death struggle. Lin Ming waved his long spear and pointed the top towards Sichu Luosha's forehead. Although he had a decent impression of this Sichu Luosha and they had no previous enmity, in this life or death battle, Lin Ming had no intention of showing empathy or compassion to his enemies. As a martial artist of the Azura Divine Kingdom, Sichu Luosha was already destined to be his enemy. To show benevolence to the enemy was to be cruel to himself. If Sichu Luosha had won this fight, then Lin Ming's fate would have been to suffer a life worse than death. Spear light surged. A faint trace of pale gold thunder sizzled on Lin Ming's spear point. Sichu Luosha also stood up. Behind him, over 30% of the thousands of blood-drinking seals broke apart, covering his entire body in a blood fog once again. This was likely to be their last clash. But the victor of this match was already clear at a glance. Sichu Luosha will certainly lose. No kidding. The disparity is too great. At this point, even a Yantian realm marshal could see where the direction of this battle was leading. Lin Ming obviously had a great deal of strength left over, but Sichu Luosha was now spent, a bow with no more arrows. With these two completely inverse conditions, the gap was obvious. Stop. As Sichu Luosha was preparing to burn his ancient profound hawk blood essence and risk his life once more, Sichu Haotian's cold voice suddenly shouted out. This shout was like billowing thunder. Some of the martial artists flying in the air were nearly knocked unconscious from the shock. We admit defeat in this match. Luosha, withdraw. With a distortion of black light, the black-robed Sichu Haotian appeared in the skies above the battlefield. His calm and indifferent pupils overlooked the fierce battle between Lin Ming and Sichu Luosha without any emotion at all. But from his eyes, one could sense an indescribable dignity, as if the words he spoke were the commands of heaven. However, Lin Ming didn't feel the slightest bit of pressure in front of these eyes with their inviolable majesty. Instead, his mouth curved in a satire-filled smirk. Withdraw. This is a life or death struggle. For every two people on this arena stage, only one is allowed to leave alive. Now that Sichu Luosha has lost, he can withdraw, but if I were to lose, then I should let you do with me as you please. What sort of reasoning is this? Facing Sichu Haotian's pressure, Lin Ming was still able to loudly retort to a divine sea supreme elder. This courage left all the heroic young elites present ashamed at their own inferiority. This was not a question of just being psychologically frightened. The key issue was that a divine sea supreme elder held an aura within them that naturally formed a force field. Just looking at them could scare someone witless. Shwa. A white shadow instantly appeared in the distant arena skies, directly confronting Sichu Haotian. This was Shabai. Since we set a life or death struggle, you must understand the rules of a life or death struggle. If you wish to change your mind now and say that this is a simple friendly spar, then that is also fine. Little brother Lin will not kill your people, but you can forget about taking away little brother Lin. Shabai was also worried about the background of the Azura Divine Kingdom. Even if Lin Ming seemed outrageously powerful at the moment, he still didn't dare to have 100% confidence that Lin Ming would be the one to finally emerge victorious. Thus, He put forth these conditions to ensure his absolute safety. But how could Sichu Haotian possibly agree with Shabai's suggestion? If he cancelled this life or death battle, then that meant admitting defeat ahead of time. Everything he had done before now would all have been in vain. 1,000,000 spirit essence stones or equivalent heavenly materials. Sichu Haotian was unambiguous as he directly spoke out this sky-high price. But his intentions were clear. He intended to trade this price for Sichu Luosha's life. Your Majesty, Sichu Luosha's heart twitched. At this moment, he felt nothing but the greatest shame and humiliation of his life. As a sixth-stage life-destruction martial artist, he had been completely suppressed by a mere first-stage life-destruction junior. Even after combusting his blood essence, he still wasn't able to injure his opponent. Finally, he had to depend on His Majesty the Divine Emperor to lay down his pride and redeem his life with spirit essence stones. Sichu Luosha had never felt this utterly incompetent. To someone like him who was almost insufferably arrogant, this would undoubtedly be a significant setback to his future martial path. 1,000,000 spirit essence stones to buy the life of a future divine sea powerhouse. Your plan is quite good, Shabai taunted. Back in the confrontation at the Realm Heart Great Hall, Shabai had feared that Sichu Haotian would become mad and lose all reasoning. But now, Shabai didn't fear Sichu Haotian at all. A massive number of influences had tried to win over Lin Ming in these past few days, including the Sublime Smelting Divine Kingdom, Nine Furnace Divine Kingdom, Holy Land sects and family clans and many others, all of them sending gifts in great heaps. Of course, Shabai didn't expect that these influences would help the Forsaken God clan if the Azura Divine Kingdom were to wage war against them. But what Shabai could affirm was that they wouldn't join the side of the Azura Divine Kingdom in a war. Also, the Death Reaper curse that the Azura Divine Kingdom had used to track Lin Ming had been eliminated from his body. Even if a great war were to break out, them wishing to kill Lin Ming would not be easy at all. Those influences would not do something so thankless in exchange for fatally offending the future highest under the heavens. As long as those other influences didn't help the Azura Divine Kingdom, then by relying on the absolute defenses of this dimensional realm, the Azura Divine Kingdom would have to continuously weigh over just whether or not they should try to invade this land. After all, they didn't have a top-level supermaster like the Nine Furnace Divine Kingdom's highest Divine Emperor. 5,000,000, that is my bottom line, Sichu Haotian said with finality, his expression extremely gloomy. And if we don't agree? Shabai asked back. Then use your spear. Sichu Haotian coldly said, his eyes filled with a murderous intent. Although a divine sea powerhouse's value far surpassed 1,000,000 spirit essence stones, he was still a proud and lofty divine emperor. Just because he was willing to yield once didn't mean he would be coerced into making endless concessions forever. Good, then I agree. The one who spoke was Lin Ming. The Azura Divine Emperor appearing had already been showing sufficient face, and he had also made enough concessions. In any case, killing Sichu Luosha and enraging this Azura Divine Emperor to the point where he might do something crazy was of no benefit to him. Moreover, Sichu Luosha's attitude wasn't too bad. Lin Ming had neither injustice nor enmity with Sichu Luosha. And most importantly of all, Sichu Luosha had already been surpassed by Lin Ming. In the future, it was impossible for him to ever be his match again. And 1,000,000 spirit essence stones worth of materials was also enough to move Lin Ming's heart. It could be called a pie falling from the sky. The Azura Divine Emperor has lowered his head. Yah! To Sichu Haotian, yielding in front of the eyes of everyone here is probably worse than paying 1,000,000 spirit essence stones. This is a divine sea supreme elder lowering his head to a first-stage life-destruction junior. This sort of thing has probably never happened in the entire 10,000-year-plus history of the Azura Divine Kingdom. This Lin Lanjian is too horrifying. When he reaches the Divine Sea in the future, he will be like a dragon ascending to the heavens. He will rule the entire Sky Spill continent for 10,000 years. Hey, that's not necessarily true. This type of character might ascend upwards, just like Emperor Sokia did in the past. It was unknown just who said these words, but it left all of the heroic young elites excited. To them, the elusive realm of the gods was a land filled with infinite appeal. All of them wished to go to the legendary realm of the gods described in the ancient texts to broaden their horizons. But that was actually impossible for them. Ascending into the realm of the gods was far too difficult. The 22nd match ended once more with Lin Ming's victory. But this time, Sichu Luosha wasn't without achievement. He had forced Lin Ming to use the power of the Thunder Dominion here twice in a row, and he also used the main form of the Nine Heavens Thunder Soul as well as the explosive power of Thunderfire with Chasing Sunday. In such an intense battle, it was inevitable that Lin Ming would have consumed some energy. What a good seedling! A dual thunder and fire law explosion, those two concepts were perfectly combined together. That should have been a martial skill that he created himself. Old Man Good Fortune praised without hesitation. Normally, a martial artist only had a single attribute physique, skilled in just a single one of the 5 elements. It was extremely rare to see a dual attribute physique. And as for someone like Lin Ming, who had an extremely high talent in both aspects of thunder and fire, this was the first time that Old Man Good Fortune had seen something like this. Thunder and fire, those aren't part of the domain that I'm skilled at. Old Man Good Fortune stroked his beard, slightly shaking his head. Oh! Fairy Snowgale's heart stirred as she heard this. Listening to Senior Good Fortune's meaning, are you planning on accepting him as a disciple? Although Senior may not be proficient in the concepts of thunder and fire, you understand the concepts of space and time. In that alone, you are absolutely the #1 master in the entire Sky Spill continent. And Lin Lanjian also has excellent achievements in the concepts of space and time. If he can obtain your guidance, that would be an amazingly extraordinary lucky chance. As for Old Man Good Fortune's name and birth, perhaps no one knew besides him. People only knew of his title. In the superstitions and beliefs of the world, Good Fortune had always represented the Great Tao, represented the boundless universe. The axis of space, the eons that passed since ancient times, the universe was the fusion of space and time. It was said Old Man Good Fortune's nickname had come from this. In terms of the concepts of space and time, no one was able to reach him. It was exactly because of his deep understanding towards these mysterious and elusive concepts that Old Man Good Fortune was considered someone close to being the highest under the heavens. Rumors said that he once even fought the 9 Furnace Highest Divine Emperor in fierce combat until they reached a standstill. Although the 9 Furnace Highest Divine Emperor did not have the strength of the highest under the heavens, he could actually be called the one that possessed the most authority under the heavens. He had the unreserved support of an entire divine kingdom at his back, and yet he still wasn't able to defeat a wild and free-spirited crane like Old Man Good Fortune, someone who didn't even come from a sect. From this alone it could be seen just how powerful Old Man Good Fortune was. Accept him as a disciple? Haha, Old Man Good Fortune chuckled as he shook his head. Useless old me already has a foot half into the coffin, so how could I teach such an eternally rare talent? When he steps into the Divine Sea, or perhaps even before he steps into the Divine Sea, his strength will already surpass mine. What use is there in me teaching him anything? Surpass Senior in strength before the Divine Sea? That's impossible. Fairy Snowgale's eyes widened like saucers. She didn't speak out of respect to Old Man Good Fortune, but because she sincerely believed in her words. Old Man Good Fortune was a late Divine Sea powerhouse, and with his achievements in the concepts of space and time, he could be called unrivaled within the world. Fairy Snowgale could also barely accept if Lin Ming became the highest under the heavens after breaking through to the Divine Sea, but for him to do so before that, even she felt this was far too overstated. The disparity between life destruction and the Divine Sea is enormous. Aren't Senior Good Fortune's words a bit too exaggerated? If it wasn't for these words having come out of Old Man Good Fortune's mouth, then Fairy Snowgale would have only snorted in contempt. There is no exaggeration. Little Snow, you must remember that an Emperor powerhouse is not the same as a Divine Sea powerhouse. A Divine Sea martial artist is an Emperor-level powerhouse, but an Emperor-level powerhouse isn't necessarily a Divine Sea martial artist. Chapter 855, Yaoyu Fights. Chapter 855, Yaoyu Fights. In the Skyspill continent, an Emperor-level powerhouse was only a title, not a true name for a cultivation realm. When a martial artist had reached a certain level of strength, they would then be recognized as an emperor-level powerhouse. Although there was a massive disparity between life destruction and the Divine Sea, there were still some heaven-gifted individuals who could contend with a Divine Sea powerhouse at only the life destruction realm. Such a person would equally be able to obtain the title of Emperor Powerhouse. In particular, there were 8th stage life destruction martial artists. These were extremely rare and precious talents whose strength far surpassed all other martial artists at their level. After crossing life destruction 8 times, they might even be more powerful than an early Divine Sea powerhouse. Senior Good Fortune, are you saying that Lin Lanjian will be able to cross 8 stages of life destruction? Thinking about it, Lin Ming being able to cross life destruction 8 times was well within reason. But it was just that since ancient times, there were less than a handful of Divine Sea powerhouses who had crossed life destruction 8 times. This caused Fairy Snowgale to feel as if this were all very unreal, like a dream itself. The 9 Furnace Highest Divine Emperor and the Sublime Smelting Imperial Grand Uncle, and even Old Man Good Fortune himself had only crossed 7 stages of life destruction. For the last 100,000 years, every 8th stage life destruction Divine Sea Supreme Elder had become the highest under the heavens. However, the highest under the heavens wasn't necessarily an 8th stage life destruction Divine Sea martial artist. For instance, the most recent highest under the heavens was Emperor Sokya, who had crossed 7 stages of life destruction. Emperor Sokya's strength lay in his comprehension of 7 different martial intents, and then fusing these 7 different martial intents together. With these 7 martial intents combined with his 7 stages of life destruction, he had reached enlightenment under a body tree and had finally broken through the martial void. In terms of the power of his spirit body, Emperor Sokya far surpassed that of the 8th Thunder Emperor. Normally, an emperor-level talent had 1 or 2 aspects that they could claim to be the best in within the entire continent. Those that excelled in 3 or 4 aspects could be called the rarest talents within the world, someone who would eventually become the highest under the heavens. And Lin Ming was certainly this case. It was simply impossible to find out where his flaw was. He had lasting endurance, formidable strength, extreme speed, an incomparably solid foundation, as well as a profound understanding of concepts and laws. As long as Lin Ming could cross 8 stages of life destruction, then he would be unrivaled in this world. At this time, atop the Azura Divine Kingdom's Godspeed boat, Sichu Haotian was indifferently standing there. In front of him, the wounded Sichu Luosha was kneeling. "You may leave." Sichu Haotian waved his hand and then took a deep breath. The situation had eventually taken a turn for the worst scenario possible. Now, he only had 1 card left in his hand. That was Sichu Yaoyu. He couldn't help but acknowledge that of the 22 masters that he had sent to battle, besides Sichu Luosha playing a minor role, all of the rest had died in vain. "Luosha, this will be your life's greatest obstacle. Pass it, and you will reach the Divine Sea. Fail, and you will be forever stranded as you are." The best chance for a martial artist to attack the Divine Sea realm was before they were 100 years old. If they couldn't accomplish this, then their chances of success would lower more and more with every following year. After they reached 200 years of age, it was basically impossible for them to ever hope of breaking through on their own. Then, if they still wished to step into the Divine Sea, their only chance would be to go out and adventure for their own lucky chance and use that lucky chance to make their breakthrough. This sort of lucky chance was certainly not easy to find. But since ancient times, there had been countless life destruction powerhouses in the Sky Spill continent, and some of them were sure to find their own lucky chances. As long as one found a good enough lucky chance, a 5th stage or even 4th stage life destruction martial artist could also break into the Divine Sea. In fact, within the Sky Spill continent, there weren't that many less 5th stage life destruction Divine Sea powerhouses than there were 6th stage life destruction Divine Sea powerhouses. Of course, their strengths were on 2 completely different levels. Sichu Luosha still had 20 to 30 years to make his breakthrough. For Lin Ming to defeat him here was truly a great setback to him. If he failed to overcome the heart demon of Lin Ming, then he would fail any breakthrough he attempted. But, if he could overcome his heart demons, then he might experience a nirvana of the soul, and step even further on his road of martial arts. Sichu Luosha clenched his fists and silently withdrew. Then, a young woman wearing black armor and with very slender legs slowly walked forwards. She kneeled in front of Sichu Haotian and requested, "Your Majesty, please allow Yaoyu to go to battle." Looking at Sichu Yaoyu, the Azura Divine Emperor helplessly shook his head. He was silent for a while before sighing, saying, "I never thought that I would ultimately have to place all my hopes on you. It seems that everything done before this only had a limited effect." If he had to come up with any effect that the 20 slaughter puppets and the red-clothed little boy had, that would be that they had discovered Lin Lanjian's abnormal endurance. This could at least be given as good advice to Sichu Yaoyu. "Yaoyu, you must remember not to engage him in an extended battle. Your endurance is far inferior to his." Sichu Haotian was very clear that if Yaoyu had fought those 22 battles, although she could win, her consumption of energy would have been enormous. In this aspect alone, she had no way of comparing with Lin Ming. Yaoyu understands. Above the arena stage, Lin Ming's white clothes were still as spotless as before. He flew proud and high in the wind, naturally revealing an aura as if he defied the heavens. At this time, he seemed to have become one with the world itself. After defeating Sichu Luosha with absolute superiority, all of the martial artists began to look at him with awe in their eyes. This was a peerless talent. In the future, it was extremely likely he would become the master of the entire Sky Spill continent. Even Sichu Luosha has lost. He was a peak Destiny Decree powerhouse and had never used that ancient profound hawk bloodline of his either. The Destiny Decree had never accurately ranked him, but I think that with Sichu Luosha's strength, he could at least rank 7th or 8th on the Destiny Decree. The Azura Divine Kingdom's background is already so strong, and yet they can't withstand such a monstrous genius like Lin Lanjian. The slaughter puppets that the Azura Divine Kingdom had put out were definitely one of their killing moves. Even a top 10 ranked Destiny Decree master would find themselves exhausted in a revolving battle. However, they had actually been useless against Lin Ming. The Azura Divine Kingdom is in danger. It seems more likely they will lose this battle. It might even be possible that they no longer have any other cards to play. With events having reached this step, more and more people favored Lin Ming. After defeating Sichu Luosha with such massive superiority, Lin Ming absolutely had the qualifications to place in the top 3 ranks of the Destiny Decree. As everyone was talking, a young woman flew off from the Azura Godspeed boat. This woman was extremely tall, not any shorter than Lin Ming. She wore a set of black armor, an extremely exquisite and delicate work that wrapped around her chest, shoulders, and waist, revealing a pair of creamy and thick thighs. This woman flew until she was only 200 feet away from Lin Ming before stopping there. Fluttering high in the air, her black hair danced in the wind. Her perfect skin seemed as if it were carved from jade, and her bright pupils were a pale red, as if they were twin blood moons. Her bright red lips were curved up, revealing a devilish charm. She was gorgeous and fascinating, making all others seem inferior. This woman. As all of the heroes saw Sichu Yaoyu, they were surprised. At first glance, Sichu Yaoyu looked like a fairy from heaven. But looking closer, she resembled a demonic immortal seductress that had escaped from the 9 nether hells. Her smile revealed an evil killing intent, as if her looks could kill. That woman is horrifying. There were many heroic young elites present that couldn't help but shiver in fear. Normally, such a stunning beauty that could bring a kingdom to its knees would have these heroic young elites dreaming and fantasizing about her in their minds. But facing Sichu Yaoyu, they couldn't stir up the least bit of courage to do so. It was like they were afraid that she would see through their thoughts and they would draw a calamity onto themselves. What is her cultivation? I can't see. A life destruction martial artist said, bewildered. He was a first-stage life destruction martial artist and yet he couldn't see through Sichu Yaoyu's cultivation. How could he not be surprised? 7th stage life destruction. Beside him, a sect elder deeply sighed. This era of juniors was simply too fearful. This magnificent woman with her 7th stage life destruction cultivation would surely step into the divine sea in the future. Perhaps she would become an existence nearing that of the 9 furnace highest divine emperor. Compared to such a character, he was only like a dim flame next to her radiant woman, there was just no comparison. Seventh stage life destruction, heavens. The young man who spoke before couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. The most common divine sea supreme elders of the Skyspill continent were at the fifth or sixth stage of life destruction. There were only 7 or 8 known seventh stage life destruction martial artists. Of these, nearly half of them were characters approaching the highest under the heavens, and as for the other half, it was only because their cultivation was lacking. Once their cultivation stepped into the late divine sea realm, they too would likely become powerhouses at the rank of the 9 furnace highest divine emperor. In fact, on the destiny decree issued by Destiny Grasp, the top 3 ranked martial artists were all at the 7th stage of life destruction. But these 3 people had extremely special circumstances. They were already over 1,000 years old. They were originally 6th stage life destruction martial artists that had failed to reach the divine sea and had then gone out to seek their own lucky chances. Finally, they didn't manage to break into the divine sea but did successfully stumble their way into the 7th stage of life destruction. To them, this was not anything good, because a heavenly material that could help a person break through to the divine sea could only be used once. Using that material a second time would have nearly no effect. As for those martial artists that had broken through to the 7th stage of life destruction on their own, the heroic young elites present had never heard of any. Of course, the Sublime Smelting Divine Kingdom and the 9 Furnace Divine Kingdom surely had their own 7th stage life destruction elites. But these individuals were all being secretly trained, and none of them had ever been exposed, so no one knew of them. As of now, Sichu Yaoyu was the first of these hidden elites that had been exposed. She was a peak talent that had relied on her own strength to break into the 7th stage of life destruction. She was likely even more powerful than the first 3 ranked masters of the Destiny Decree. Everyone knew that the Azura Divine Kingdom's background was formidable and they had hidden masters, but no one knew what degree of strength these hidden masters had. They could only make vague guesses without basis. They had all thought that Lin Ming had more or less won, but now it seemed as if Lin Ming was the one in danger instead. All those that can arrive at the 7th stage of life destruction are peak talents originally, and Lin Lanjian is 6 small boundaries away. The disparity is just too great. Jumping boundaries to fight was not new or terrifying. Since ancient times there had always been life destruction talents capable of fighting divine sea martial artists. But what was horrifying was when those they fought were similarly geniuses. Thus, was there any chance that Lin Ming could win? All of the martial artists couldn't help but have these doubts. To them, Sichu Yaoyu was like an unreachable mountain peak, impossible to overcome. Shabai also felt his palms go wet with sweat. He never imagined that the Azura Divine Kingdom's final card would be so terrifying. Lin Ming was in a crisis. Although you just fought with Luo Sha and immediately fighting you may be a bit unfair, I will not go the least bit easy on you just because of that. A devilish smile still hung on Sichu Yaoyu's face. As she slowly spoke, her voice was misty and alluring, like a siren from legends that could cause fleets of sailors to be lost in illusion. I also do not need a woman to go easy on me, Lin Ming calmly replied, his voice signaling his sharp opposition. Ha! How interesting. Chapter 856, Extreme Violet Domain, Demon Moon Illuminating the Sky. Chapter 856, Extreme Violet Domain, Demon Moon Illuminating the Sky. In the 100-mile wide area, Lin Ming and Sichu Yaoyu were only standing 200 feet apart in the air. To a top master, this distance wouldn't even take the blink of an eye to cross. Once the two fought, this would absolutely be an earth-shaking event. Back away. Everyone back away. Retreat several dozen miles or else you might be affected. A sect elder began to direct the young elites of his sect to withdraw. Although they all hoped to be closer, the martial artists present knew just how serious the gravity of the situation was, and they all retreated together, not stopping until they were over 20 miles away. They stood there, breath abated, their sight completely concentrated on the movements of the two as they anticipated the violent and raging fight that could erupt at any moment. This battle was simply too exciting. It would be the greatest battle in the Skyspill continent for the last 1,000 years, a soul-stirring, blood-boiling battle that was more breathtaking than a duel between divine sea supreme elders. Ding! With the ring of the great bell, Lin Ming and Sichu Yaoyu still didn't move. They kept their distance of 200 feet, both of them looking down on the other. Sichu Yaoyu's armor was covered with extremely fine patterns. Lin Ming, who had an extremely high understanding of inscription symbols and arrays, could see that this armor was actually a high-grade Heavenstep treasure. A defensive high-grade Heavenstep treasure was several times more precious than an offensive treasure. There were even many divine sea supreme elders that didn't have one. Yet, Sichu Yaoyu was able to wear this. From this alone it could be seen just how deep the inheritance of the Azura divine kingdom was. The two people faced each other for several dozen breaths of time. Then, Sichu Yaoyu smiled, a brilliance that could cause nations to tumble. She said with a low and strong voice, "My name is Sichu Yaoyu, remember it well." As she smiled, the myriad stars seemed to dim down, as if they had all been eclipsed by her smile. The starlight was swallowed. Lin Ming looked towards the sky, a trace of interest flashing over his face. A mere smile had been able to dim the starlight. Was this the law of darkness? How could the sky have turned dark? All of the martial artists present had been completely concentrated on Lin Ming and Sichu Yaoyu. They didn't even know when, but at some point the bright moon in the sky began to pale, until the moon and stars completely vanished. A thick cover of darkness slowly enveloped the world, as if some invisible ancient vicious beast had devoured the heavens. What is going on? All of the martial artists present paled. Their vision hadn't been affected by this darkness, but the sudden fall of gloom had caused all of them to feel a trace of fear. "Look behind that woman," a martial artist suddenly cried out in alarm. Everyone followed his eyes, and saw that behind Sichu Yaoyu, all of the darkness seemed to gather together, forming a pure sea of black chaos. The sea surged, mighty waves of pitch black tumbling about. Deep within that sea, a blood-red demon moon slowly began to rise. All around that crimson demon moon, a sparkling purple light shone. This strange scene shocked everyone present. What is that? Is that an illusionary attack used by that woman? It's not an illusion. A life-destruction old man from a Holy Land family clan took a deep breath as he saw the sparkling purple light in that sea of black chaos. That is the extreme violet dantian. The extreme violet dantian can become a sea of purple. It is a special inherent trait that one is born with. The dantian does not need to form a revolving core in order to store a massive amount of true essence. As for the demon moon phenomenon behind that woman, that is the projection of the extreme violet dantian into the world. That is a sort of domain. Extreme violet dantian? Domain. That was a dantian variation that many supreme elders of ancient times had. It was said that 20,000 to 30,000 years ago, the highest under the heavens at that time also possessed the extreme violet dantian. When an ordinary martial artist trained their dantian, besides the immediate area outside of the revolving core crystal nucleus, the other regions of their dantian were mostly empty. At most, there would be some true essence mist floating about. But for an extreme violet dantian martial artist, these regions were filled by the so-called purple sea. The purple sea was in truth liquefied energy. In other words, an extreme violet dantian martial artist had a total true essence quantity several times that of an ordinary marital artist. So that's the extreme violet dantian. No wonder that woman can step into the 7th stage of life destruction. The heroic young elites all had complex emotions crossing their faces. Some were jealous, some were resentful, and some were awed. Normally, a martial artist that could step into the 7th stage of life destruction had to have some sort of special characteristic. For instance, the 9 Furnace highest divine emperor had an inborn combat spirit divine body, and the sublime smelting imperial grand uncle had a king dragon vein. But just by having a single outstanding aspect, it was unlikely for one to become the highest under the heavens. One had to have at least several areas in which they surpassed all others. After all, someone who could be the highest under the heavens was only born every 8,000 to 9,000 years. The Azura divine kingdom indeed cannot be underestimated. Without any sign or smoke, they've managed to cultivate a peerless talent with an extreme violet dantian, and they've also managed to keep her out until the last moment on stage. I wonder just how Lin Lanjian will be able to stop her. Near the sublime smelting divine kingdom's side, Ye Qingfeng's expression was quite peculiar. Although he was vaguely aware that the Azura divine kingdom had a number of ascetics they kept hidden around, he wasn't sure just how powerful Sichu Yaoyu was. If she could maintain her talent, then she had a chance of becoming someone close to the highest under the heavens. At that time, she would be able to lead the Azura divine kingdom so that they could stand on equal footing with the sublime smelting divine kingdom. This was certainly not good news to the sublime smelting divine kingdom. Lin Lanjian is in danger. Besides his foundation being extremely solid, he doesn't seem to have a special divine body. To many martial artists, Lin Ming was undoubtedly a freak of nature. Whether it was strength, endurance, battle spirit, speed, or comprehension of concepts, he far surpassed all other martial artists at his level. But Lin Ming seemed as if he was missing a little something special, such as a divine body, divine bloodline, or variation dantian. This was because back in ancient times, there were many supreme elders that had similar divine bodies or variation dantians that they used to rule the Sky Spill continent. As long one had a divine body or a variation dantian, they had the justification and public belief that they could have incredible achievements. On the contrary, without these things, then just talking about solid foundation, moves, cultivation methods, or comprehension of concepts, all of that would seem pale and weak. This would cause people to not help but wonder just what Lin Ming would rely on to advance into the top 3 of the Destiny Decree as a first-stage life-destruction martial artist. With his foundation, perception, or battle spirit. Lin Lanjian, you have killed 21 of my Azura Divine Kingdom's people before this, and now, I shall be the one to collect their blood debt. Let me see just how you'll block my attack. As Sichu Yaoyu spoke, she withdrew a 9-foot-long spear from her spatial ring. The spear shaft was black and the spear blade was red. This was also a high-grade Heaven Step treasure. Nearly every martial artist of the Azura Divine Kingdom used a spear. Sichu Yaoyu was no exception. A pitilessly exquisite woman, who seemed as if she were only 18 to 19 years old and had a slender body with a beauty that could cause kingdoms to fall, she actually wielded the spear, the weapon known as the King of Weapons. This sort of scene left a great visual impact that caused others to exclaim in awe. Lin Ming also raised his spear. Thunder wildly danced off of the spear edge. On one side was a graceful beauty and on the other was a handsome chosen pride of heaven. These two individuals battled with spears. This was a struggle between kings. At this time, Lin Ming directly summoned the 9 heavens Thunder Soul, causing arcs of pale gold electricity to writhe on his spear. Seeing Lin Ming summon this thunder once more, Sichu Yaoyu laughed out loud. Is this your Thunder Dominion attack? What a pity, your Thunder Dominion is useless against me. Words are useless, come and test it out yourself. Lin Ming took a sudden step forwards and the power of thunder burst out from his spear. The entire sky began to be covered with a faint pale gold Thunder Dominion. Arcs of lightning crashed down like electric snakes, annihilating all. Chasing thunder. With a thrust of his spear, a 10-mile-wide Thunder Dominion enveloped the skies. It was unavoidable. Sichu Yaoyue's lips curved up in a tempting smile. She lifted both her hands and the sea of black chaos behind her suddenly exploded into the heavens. The blood-red demon moon began to shine even brighter. Extreme violet domain, God-burying sea. Sparkling purple seawater gushed out, forming a tide that reached into the vault of the heavens, vast and endless. Sichu Yaoyu stood above those tumbling tides as if she were a mythical siren. Bang! The purple sea and the pale gold Thunder Dominion collided with each other. In that moment, the sky separated into 2 obvious sides. Lin Ming's side was a brilliant gold flaming divine light, as if a sun itself were rising on his side. As for Sichu Yaoyue's side, it was a thick and sticky darkness that was only accentuated by the crimson light from that blood-red demon moon on the purple sea tides. One light, one dark, the struggle of these 2 terrifying energies seemed as if it would split apart the skies. This is terrifying. I can't believe that this is a only battle between life-destruction powerhouses. All of the other martial artists present paled. The extreme violet dantian truly lived up to its reputation. But what was more mysterious was Lin Lanjian. He was actually able to overcome such a great disparity in cultivation boundaries and fight with her 9 heavens thunder soul. Lin Ming stretched out a hand, and the top-grade heaven-step thunder soul hiding within the heretical god sprout suddenly burst out. Its form was that of a golden python. As the golden python manifested in the world, it broke into the purple sea, turning over and over, wanting to tear that sea apart. Sichu Yaoyue's expression was cold as she suddenly thrust her spear outwards. Law of darkness, storm of annihilation. Along with this spear, dozens of black water columns shot up from that purple sea, forming a terrifying black storm in the air. The 9 heavens thunder soul miserably cried out again and again as it collided with this black storm. Lin Ming was surprised. This black storm actually had the ability to swallow the energy of a top-grade heaven-step thunder soul. Return. Lin Ming recalled the 9 heavens thunder soul with a wave of his hand, retreating backwards in the meantime. Bang! The thunder dominion was completely crushed, all the golden light swallowed by darkness. The purple sea rolled backwards, flowing back behind Sichu Yaoyu. I already said that your thunder dominion is useless against me. Sichu Yaoyue's lips curved up in a taunting smile. Her extreme violet domain was a sort of force field with the effect of swallowing all. It could even weaken and swallow an energy attack. With Sichu Yaoyu also fusing the law of darkness into it, its devouring attribute reached the limit. Unfortunately, Sichu Yaoyu could not utilize this swallowed energy. This was because the property of this energy did not match her own. Swallowing this energy into her body would cause her own energy to becoming impure, just like swallowing pills. Lin Lanjian is a bit worse. Although this is just a probing strike, that was enough to separate who was better and who was worse. This is a life or death struggle. Lin Lanjian is in danger. Awesome. The extreme violet Dantian lives up to its reputation. The martial artists present held their collective breath, staring unblinkingly at the 2 figures in the skies for fear that they would miss a wonderful scene. Chapter 857, A Bitter Fight. Chapter 857, A Bitter Fight. Behind Lin Ming, the golden python had clearly dimmed down, and its golden pupils were looking at that black sea with a hint of fear. If you cannot break my extreme violet domain, then all of your moves will be swallowed by my god-burying sea. Sichu Yaoyu was already smirking as if she had won. The extreme violet domain was the ability she was the most proud of within her repertoire. This time it's my turn to attack. Sichu Yaoyu raised her high-grade heaven-step spear high in the air. A blood-red light directly impacted into the sky, like a column that supported the heavens. The bright red demon moon above the god-burying sea became even brighter, incandescent, as if it had been lit on fire. Energy surged into Sichu Yaoyue's entire body as if she had become one with the sea behind her. Her aura was like a surging like a tsunami, boundlessly majestic like a great mountain. Demon moon seal. The blood moon suddenly dropped down, appearing right behind Sichu Yaoyu. Her clothes danced in the air and her black hair fluttered like 3,000 threads of silk, making her appear like a moon goddess. However, this beautiful scene was unable to stir up even the slightest appreciation from the crowd. This was because Sichu Yaoyue's dominant killing intent was nearly sharp enough to cut off one's fires of life. Sichu Yaoyu slashed out with her spear. With a surge of energy, that round blood moon shot towards Lin Ming. As it flew forwards, it was like the sky split apart in its wake. The array formation that supported the mountain peak was split apart like tofu, rumbling and crumbling to the ground. Facing this strike, Lin Ming revolved his energy to the limit. The heretical god Sprout fiercely trembled as the thunder battle form crept over his entire body. Buzz! Lin Ming thrust towards the blood moon with all his strength. Catcher! Bloody waves surged into the heavens, blotting out the skies. Lin Ming was completely submerged within this raging tide. He was swallowed up. He'll die. The stormy energy and choppy blood waves completely cut off all of the watching martial artists' perception. They simply did not know what Lin Ming's present situation was. Even a powerful ancient vicious beast would die horribly if they were submerged in such a terrifying energy. This sort of energy caused chills to crawl up everyone's backs, even though they were dozens of miles away. This was simply like a blood pond had been raised from the depths of hell. Bloody waves tumbled as before. But with a harsh piercing sound, a silver-white divine blade thrust into the skies. This was Lin Ming's silver battle spirit. The silver battle spirit cut the blood moon in half. An azure spear light shot out from the choppy waves. It compressed together, shooting towards Sichu Yarou. Puff puff. A spear light pierced through the god-burying sea. The intense collision formed a violently spinning storm that spread out for several miles. However, it was still inevitably being swallowed up. By the time that spear light reached Sichu Yarou, it only had half of its strength left. Sichu Yarou merely chopped down with her spear, easily blocking Lin Ming's spear light. Lin Ming stood in the distance. His clothes had been melted by that blood energy just now, and great portions of them were in tatters. For a martial artist, their clothes were next to their skin, within their bodily protective true essence. If clothes were damaged, then that was proof that Lin Ming's protective true essence had ruptured just now. That boy was submerged in those blood waves, and even though his protective true essence shattered, his true body was actually unharmed. That defensive power is horrifying. It doesn't matter how horrifying it is, everything is useless against Sichu Yarou. An extreme violet domain that can project into the world, fused with the darkness laws, it can devour all energy. Even Lin Lanjian's attack is weakened by 50%. Sichu Yarou is invincible within the extreme violet domain, and her attacks are also powerful, even more so than Lin Lanjian's. If he can't break through the extreme violet domain, then he will lose here. Sichu Yarou had the blood demon moon behind her for attacks and the extreme violet domain for defense. Without a doubt, Sichu Yarou was worthy of being called the #1 junior of the Azura Divine Kingdom. Above the Godspeed boat, Sichu Bonan was watching the fight with glee and excitement in his ruddy old eyes. Good, very good. I haven't seen her for several years, but Yaoyue's strength has exceeded my expectations. That little beast will definitely lose here. Besides Sichu Bonan, Sichu Haotian's tight face also relaxed a bit. However, he still couldn't lay down the worries in his heart. Although they had the advantage right now, he would not feel at ease until they finally achieved victory. An offensive and defensive ability. Lin Ming took a deep breath. He had met many such similar opponents in the past. For instance, the Seven Profound Valleys puppet faction's Mugu Buyu also had an offensive and defensive three-dimensional fighting system. Such an opponent was extremely difficult because they simply didn't have a weakness. In order to break such a system, one could only attack it with absolute force and tear it apart. Ho! Lin Ming released his aura to the limit. Energy revolved within his body and his force fields erupted. The Azura force field and the Death God force field, these dual force fields were released together. Power surged out in all directions, setting off a terrifying storm. The Death God force field was able to extinguish life vitality. The Azura force field was able to suppress a martial artist's strength and soul. These two force fields superimposed on each other and fiercely collided with the extreme violet domain. Kai kai kai. Sichu Yarou could clearly hear her own force field being torn apart. Domains and force fields were extremely rare classes of skills. Lin Ming had two high-level force fields, however, when compared to the extreme violet domain, they actually seemed somewhat inferior. When Sichu Yarou released her own force field, she had been able to form a perfect defensive system and suppress Lin Ming's attacks to a great degree. In comparison, Lin Ming's force fields didn't seem as if they gave him any advantage. In truth, this didn't mean that Lin Ming's two force fields were inferior to the extreme violet domain. It was actually just the opposite. If Lin Ming combined his two force fields, it was far, far more powerful than just the extreme violet domain. Unfortunately, Lin Ming was jumping ranks to fight. As a peak first-stage life-destruction martial artist going against a seventh-stage life-destruction martial artist, it wasn't just his force fields, but all of his abilities, including his Thunder Soul, Battle Spirit, self-created martial skills, all of it was suppressed through the absolute disparity in their boundaries. If Lin Ming faced a martial artist at the same level, then by opening the Death God force field and the Azura force field, he could easily disintegrate their bodies and cut off their lives. He wouldn't even need to lift a finger to kill them. The thunder battle form was also the same. If it were the Eightfall Thunder Emperor that were to use the thunder battle form, then with his incomparably thick true essence as a foundation, once he displayed that renowned ability of his, if he saw a Buddha then he would kill a Buddha. If he saw a god then he would kill a god. In the end, one's cultivation was the most essential factor in one's combat strength. This was because it directly correlated to how much true essence a martial artist held within them. This Lin Lanjian isn't human. A force field is such a rare skill and yet he just released 2 of them at once. The martial artists watching noticed that a pale red energy field had formed around Lin Ming, directly contending with the extreme violet domain. At the point where the 2 energy fields touched, constant sizzling sounds emitted into the air. For such a person like Lin Ming, not even a ghost would believe that he didn't experience massive lucky chances in the past. It was far too normal for a genius to have encountered lucky chances. However, those martial artists that were jealous of Lin Ming's lucky chances now had to rethink whether or not they were qualified to obtain them. Even the dignified Azura Divine Kingdom and its 10,000-year inheritance was forced to this stage by Lin Ming. The other influences here naturally didn't dare to covet anything from Lin Ming. This fellow simply doesn't have a weakness. Since ancient times, those heroic young elites that excelled in a single aspect could proclaim themselves an emperor-level talent. And those that excelled in several aspects could be called the future highest under the heavens. And this Lin Lanjian is actually excellent in every single facet. I can't imagine just what boundary he will reach in the future. Future. You still think he'll have a future? It doesn't matter if he excels in all aspects, because what he is facing is the extreme violet Dantian and the 7th stage life destruction Sichu Yaoyu. She is also a peak emperor-level talent that might become someone close to the highest under the heaven. Once he dies in this battle, then everything he's ever done will be nothing but a fading dream. Interesting. You also have a force field domain, and even more than one, Sichu Yaoyu calmly said. But the truth was that she was secretly stupefied. Compared to Lin Ming's talent, she was far from being able to compare with him. She was only average in the aspect of will, she had not yet been able to comprehend her own battle spirit. As for Lin Ming's battle spirit, that had already surpassed the level of a divine sea supreme elders. As for speed, endurance, and the solidity of foundation, there was even less to say there. Now she had no choice but to resort to the extreme violet domain that she was so proud of. Even so, Lin Ming had unexpectedly opened up 2 force fields in his battle with her, and the rank of these force fields were even superior to her own. Facing this unrivaled talent whose only weakness was his lower cultivation, Sichu Yaoyu felt an immense pressure on herself. She gripped her long spear, drawing a crescent moon in the air. Without expression she said, "Although I may not defeat your martial path today, I will still kill you here and use you to pave my road to becoming an emperor." Lin Ming lightly chuckled, "It's like you think you've already won. Words are useless. I will prove this with the truth. Then make your move. Let me see just how difficult it is to break your extreme violet domain." As his voice fell, Lin Ming's aura rose even higher, becoming boundless and majestic. The force field collision became even more intense, as if the skies themselves were about to collapse. Sichu Yaoyu rose up, a rich blood energy swirling around her. She lifted her spear high in the air and a bloody light pierced through the sky. The round demon moon appeared behind her once more. Bury the heavens. The darkness laws fused with the great desolate halberd art and then also combined with Sichu Yaoyu's slaughter path. With a thrust of her spear, a vast and limitless darkness covered the heavens. This was the potential of the true bury the heavens. Lin Ming's pupils shrank. In the face of such a powerful Sichu Yaoyu, he naturally wouldn't hold back. He raised his long spear. The heretical god Sprout howled and a crazy amount of potent fire energy poured into his spear. Peng! Space around Lin Ming's spear point seemed to shatter like glass. The power of space wildly rushed out, merging together with the flames on the spear. A space storm howled, and the space winds fueled the raging fires. The power of fire and the power of space erupted, creating a demonic flame that burnt down the void. Bury the heavens. What Lin Ming and Sichu Yaoyu used were the same move. However, These two bury the heavens had been transformed. By combining the concepts that they excelled at, they were completely different from the bury the heavens inspired by the great desolate halberd arts. Lin Ming's bury the heavens used the concept of space to break apart the void, destroying the skies. And Sichu Yaoyue's bury the heavens used the concept of darkness to swallow the skies. Both of them were different, but the power was similarly formidable. Break. Lin Ming became one with his spear. Like a fiery rainbow stretching to infinity, the spear light cut through the extreme violet domain, with even the god-burying sea split in half. The two spears shot through the void like meteors before smashing into each other. The 100-mile mountain arena underneath them finally collapsed, turning into a massive avalanche that tumbled to the ground. The ruined mountain was completely shredded apart by the explosive shockwaves. Millimeter. Sichu Yaoyue's expression greatly changed. Her extreme violet domain had actually been torn apart. Darkness laws, storm of annihilation, bang bang bang. Countless waves of energy rushed out from the god-burying sea, all of them attacking Lin Ming's stunning spear light. Both of them struck together, forming a terrifying explosion that recklessly spread out. Her extreme violet domain nearly collapsed to nothing with this intense impact. Puff. Lin Ming was sent flying backwards by the explosive shockwaves. A spear light bent around him like a whip before striking his back. His protective true essence was only able to offset a small portion of the power before breaking. The clothing on Lin Ming's back was torn apart as he spat out a mouthful of blood. In that moment, he felt as if his spine itself would break. Luckily, the Demon Emperor armor was able to offset much of the power. Combined with the Gate of Limit having tempered his spine, he forcefully withstood this blow without serious injury. Ho! Seeing her strike succeed, Sichu Yaoyue's gloomy expression from seeing her extreme violet domain torn to pieces eased a bit. She was well aware of that attack just now. Even a slight rub would instantly kill a 6th-stage life-destruction martial artist. Even if Lin Ming managed to defend against it, he would still be severely wounded. However, she hadn't been able to smile before her lips froze. She watched helplessly on as the space storm in front of her carried an azure spear light that stabbed out at her. It contained the power of a silver battle spirit, thrusting straight towards her chest. The speed was just too fast. Moreover, Sichu Yaoyu had exhausted her true essence with those 2 consecutive moves and hadn't yet been able to summon new energy. She had no chance of resisting this attack. This strike might pierce through her chest. Peng. At this critical moment, the demon god Heartguard mirror hidden within Sichu Yaoyue's chest shined out with a black and glorious light, forcefully diverting the azure spear light by a small amount. The spear light turned away from her heart and towards her collarbone. Sichu Yaoyue's protective true essence was unable to stop it even a little bit. Blood shot into the wind. Sichu Yaoyu lightly coughed as the clothing on her beautiful shoulder was torn apart, exposing torn flesh and fresh blood. She was left heavily panting for breath, her milky white chest heaving up and down. Because her clothes had been torn, the demon god Heartguard mirror was completely revealed, with faint and mysterious runes still swirling around it. Just what kind of terrifying attack was this? After breaking through the extreme violet domain, it also passed through the horrifying space storm, and even with just a wisp of spear light left, it was still enough to heavily attack Sichu Yaoyu. If it weren't for Sichu Haotian lending her the demon god Heartguard mirror ahead of time, then even though that one strike would not have been fatal, it would still have reduced her combat strength by half. At that time, the results could be imagined. Sichu Yaoyu was injured. That spear strike just now was too terrifying. It didn't even melt away after passing through that horrifying space storm. Is this the might of a silver battle spirit? No one expected that Sichu Yaoyu, who had held the advantage the entire time, would suddenly be injured. This was because her 7th stage life destruction cultivation and extreme violet domain were far too intimidating. There was nearly no one that believed Lin Ming would win. From the very start of the fight, Lin Ming had fallen into the inferior position. But now, after all the twists and turns of life, Lin Ming's spear had actually wounded Sichu Yaoyu. Even with the demon god Heartguard mirror protecting her, Sichu Yaoyu was still heavily injured. In truth, the The reason that Lin Ming was able to accomplish this was not just because the silver battle spirit was attached to his spear. That was still not enough to make up for the difference in total true essence. But Lin Ming's true essence had a special attribute of endlessness to it. It could continuously grow, giving it a tenacity that far outstripped all other types of true essence at his level. Chapter 858, Cage of Darkness. Chapter 858, Cage of Darkness. Yaoyu. As Sichu Yaoshi saw Sichu Yaoyue's shoulder covered in blood, she instantly felt her heart tighten. The talent Sichu Yaoyu displayed was rarely seen in 1,000 years in the Azura Divine Kingdom. She was their greatest hope to lead and nurture the next generation. More importantly, she was a direct descendant of the Sichu family clan, not like Sichu Luosha, whose main bloodline came from the ancient profound Hawk clan, and whose only relation with the Sichu family clan was his last name. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that Sichu Yaoyue's value to the Azura Divine Kingdom far surpassed 2 to 3 Divine Sea Supreme Elders. To Sichu Yaoshi, Sichu Yaoyu was her lifeblood. That little beast actually dared to harm Yaoyu. Once he falls into my hands, I'll tear out his bones and slice his tendons. Sichu Yaoshi's words trembled with anger as she continued to viciously curse Lin Ming. This was the only way to vent the anger in her heart. She was also very nervous now. Once Sichu Yaoyu lost, the consequences would be disastrous. No, it's impossible, absolutely impossible. After Yaoyue's extreme violet domain is broken, she can release it again. But that little beast Lin Lanjian should have paid a deep price to do so. His injuries must be greater than Yaoyue's, Sichu Yaoshi said to comfort herself. Then her eyes flashed over to Lin Ming. Although the extreme violet domain had been shattered, the true essence storm had greatly weakened Lin Ming's attack, and with the addition of the demon god Heartguard Mirror's protection, it had reduced the lethality of Lin Ming's attack to its lowest point. On the other hand, Lin Ming had to fully withstand Sichu Yaoyue's attack. Although both were wounded, there had to be differences in the severity of their wounds. Sichu Yaoyu greatly hoped that she would see Lin Ming's entire body covered with wounds and looking like a dying man on his last breath. However, as she glanced over, her face froze. Her complexion became increasingly ugly until it became red like pig liver. She saw Lin Ming cough out a mouthful of blood, and then stand up from the ruins of that shattered mountain. He grasped the spear in his hands and slanted it towards the ground. Energy slowly burned within Lin Ming's body once more. The dual Death God and Azura force fields were released together once more. Bang! The force field's energy erupted like a tide, spreading in all directions. It was actually no weaker than it was before. Sichu Yaoshi gnashed her teeth and uttered a string of curses. Lin Lanjian, you damned little beast. Lin Ming felt a searing pain on his back as if he had been scorched by fire. Luckily he had the Demon Emperor armor protecting his body, otherwise that attack would have shattered his organs. Sichu Yaoyue's strength surpassed his expectations. He secretly revolved the power of the Gate of Healing, allowing the energy to circulate through his meridians. A trace of pleasant coldness followed, subtly revitalizing his damaged meridians and making him much more comfortable. As the surrounding martial artists saw Lin Ming release his dual force fields again, all of them were left dumbfounded. He was severely wounded to the point of spitting out blood, so how could his aura still be this strong? He forcefully resisted Sichu Yaoyue's attack, and yet he's still alright. His aura hasn't diminished at all. Is his body made from profound metal or something? He is simply a vicious beast in human form. Sichu Yaoyu looked at Lin Ming, a dignified light in her red eyes. Lin Ming's defensive power far surpassed her own. Superior endurance, faster extreme speed, and there wasn't even the need to mention battle spirits. Sichu Yaoyu discovered that besides cultivation, there was nothing in which she surpassed Lin Ming. Lin Ming wiped the blood from the corners of his mouth. He glanced at Sichu Yaoyue's left chest where there was a metal mirror that was faintly sparkling with black light. Demon God Heartguard Mirror. This was the final and most important battle, and Sichu Yaoyu was also the most exceptional junior of the Azura Divine Kingdom. It was also reasonable that Sichu Haotian had given her the Demon God Heartguard Mirror. This mere foot-long black mirror could not be underestimated, because in terms of pure defensive ability, it surpassed even the main armor piece. The demon god Heartguard mirror had to be activated by the concept of darkness in order for it to display its greatest strength. That just happened to be the concept Sichu Yoyu excelled at. This is going to be a bit tricky, Lin Ming thought aloud. That move just now was almost his strongest attack, but he could still only wound Sichu Yaoyu. It simply wasn't enough to establish his victory. Sichu Yaoyu summoned true essence to support the injury that tumbled in her chest. Because her clothing had been torn apart, the snow-white skin of her right chest was exposed. Sichu Yaoyu casually touched it and caused the thick darkness around her to condense on her shoulder, turning into a solid black veil. Lin Lanjian, if it weren't for the demon god Heartguard mirror, then I might have lost just now. Don't think I'll give you the chance to do that again. Sichu Yaoyu's eyes turned cold and her killing intent reached the peak. She found it unimaginable that she was pushed to this degree by a mere peak first-stage life destruction junior. Sichu Yaoyu gave a loud shot. The extreme violet domain opened once more. At this time, a crazy concept of darkness gathered up like a tide, sweeping out in all directions. The glowing purple god-burying sea drowned out all space within 100 miles. This is. The martial artists dozens of miles away all paled as they were surrounded by this purple sea. Even though they were only a little affected by these tides, they still found their breath stop in their throat and their heartbeats turn heavy. They had no choice but to retreat again and again. It was obvious that the current extreme violet domain's power and majesty had gone up by another level. This is the concept of darkness. A darkness that covered 100-mile radius. Sichu Yaoyu's achievements in the laws of darkness already caught up to a divine sea supreme elder. Not only did Sichu Yaoyu have the extreme violet domain, but she also had extremely high attainments in the concept of space. A peak emperor level always had one aspect in which they excelled, but their other qualities weren't bad either. While Sichu Yaoyu was ordinary in strength, speed, soul force, and blood vitality, there was still one aspect in which she surpassed all other martial artists of her level. This was in her understanding of the concepts and laws. In this alone, she had reached an extremely high level. The nine-furnace crown Prince Yang Yun stood above his golden divine carriage, watching all of this happen from a distance. He wasn't surprised that the Azura Divine Kingdom would send out Sichu Yaoyu for the last battle. For a divine kingdom to carefully and secretly raise a first-class heroic young elite with a chance to hopefully become a figure like the nine-furnace highest divine emperor, that wasn't strange at all. He softly said to himself, a once-in-a-millennium extreme purple dantian. This extreme purple domain itself can't be considered much at all. Only if several sorts of dantian variations, divine bodies, and bloodlines are gathered together would that be able to be the opening prelude to the golden age I desire. Sichu Yaoyu slanted her spear and rushed forwards, her figure fading into countless black shades in the void. Sichu Yaoyu wants to compare with speed. As the heroic young elites saw Sichu Yaoyu's form fade away, all of them were bewildered. In terms of speed alone, if Lin Ming opened the Gate of Wonder and also used Golden Rock shattering the void, he would easily be considered the man with the highest max velocity underneath the Divine Sea. No one was able to challenge his position in this regard. Sichu Yaoyu was strong, but wasn't she making a mistake to compare speed? Millimeter? Something's wrong. After the extreme violet domain fused with the concept of darkness, it's as if space has become sticky. Just like the concept of fire had 9 levels of laws, the concept of darkness also had more than a single law. The first law was to devour true essence, and the second law was to turn space viscous. Darkness was similar to chaos. Once darkness became thick enough, even space would become viscous. This stickiness would make all motions slower. When Lin Ming was at the King's Cage in Polari's Tower, he had gone through the Cage of Chaos, and this current viscous black darkness that suppressed all feeling brought back vivid memories of that. 100 miles of darkness came shrouding down with overwhelming might. It was unavoidable. Lin Ming felt as if he had fallen into a black swamp. His breathing was slightly blocked, and even moving consumed more true essence. Moreover, his speed was less than 30% of its usual standard. Even his attacks were greatly weakened because of the lowered speed. What a mysterious concept of darkness. The concept of darkness was a concept that surpassed the 5 elements. It could even stand shoulder to shoulder with the concept of space and time, the concept of annihilation, and the concept of eternity. Thus, the concept of darkness naturally had its own advantages. Prior to this, Lin Ming's understanding of the concept of darkness was next to nothing. The Demon Emperor had a very deep understanding into the concept of darkness, and the Demon Emperor armor also needed the concept of darkness in order to activate. Unfortunately, the soul fragments of the Demon Emperor that Lin Ming swallowed had been incomplete and they lacked information on this aspect. Lin Lanjian, now that you've entered my extreme violet domain and my cage of darkness, your loss has already been decided. The cage of darkness was able to contain Lin Ming's attack speed and movement speed. Sichu Yaoyu could use this method to gain the advantage in movement and attack Lin Ming with absolute speed. Demon Moon Seal. The blood-red demon moon rushed out of Sichu Yaoyu's spear once more, howling into the void. Lin Ming had just fallen into the cage of darkness and wasn't yet able to determine the characteristics of the laws of darkness. At this time, he saw the crimson demon moon cutting straight towards him. The void shattered. The whistling sound thrust straight into his ears. Lin Ming's pupils shrank. He opened the gate of wonder. Golden rock shattering the void. He tread on space. Normally, he would be able to easily pass 10 miles with a single step, but now he could only cross several hundred feet at a time. The demon moon seal only flashed as it chased after him. This is bad. Although he was mentally prepared for this, Lin Ming never thought that the cage of darkness would be able to limit his movements to such a degree. Moreover, the faster he moved, the greater the resistance became. The crimson moon cut straight towards him. At this critical moment, Lin Ming gave a loud shout. The thunder battle form scaled thunder armor suddenly exploded, condensing into a divine sword of purple thunder in his hand. This was the second martial skill that the Eightfall Thunder Emperor had relied on to roam unrivaled throughout the world. The Sword of Judgment. Now that it was displayed with Lin Ming's peak first-stage life-destruction cultivation, although it was far, far inferior to the Eightfall Thunder Emperor's power, it was still able to split apart a mountain. Chop! Lin Ming shouted out loud. He brought his hand down, the sword diving downwards, splitting apart the endless skies. He would chop apart the demon moon seal along with this cage of darkness. Bang! The sword of thunder clashed together with the demon moon seal. An explosive sound burst out as a brilliant beam of crackling thunder directly impacted the skies. A wild and rampaging energy surged in all directions. The demon moon seal had broken apart, but although the cage of darkness was also cut open, it immediately closed up. Ha 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 ha. Stop wasting your strength. How can you possibly cut apart the darkness? It is impossible for you to break my cage. Sichu Yaoyu slowly said as she saw Lin Ming's strike ineffective against the darkness. In this force field where the cage of darkness and extreme violet domain superimposed on each other, she was the master. She controlled everything here. I see. So that's how it is. Darkness is invisible and intangible, immune to all physical attacks. In his first time facing an opponent who was so skilled in the concept of darkness, Lin Ming had suffered a loss because he simply didn't understand it. But now he had gained a rough understanding of just what it was. He looked at Sichu Yaoyu and calmly said, "Since you say that your cage of darkness cannot be broken, then let me show you just how I'll shatter it." Chapter 859, Ancient Phoenix Saint Body. Chapter 859, Ancient Phoenix Saint Body. The cage of darkness covered all space for 100 miles. In the skies, endless waves of pale golden thunder still danced in the air, lingering on, a memory of that electric sword strike that seemed as if it could split apart the dome of heaven. Everyone felt as if they were lost in a dream, waking up with nothing but hints of purple light and shadow within their pupils. The Sword of Judgment, he actually did it. Although Shabai had already expected this, he still felt it to be unbelievable. In just 2 months, both the Sword of Judgment and the Thunder Battle Form, the two unique martial skills that the Eightfall Thunder Emperor had relied on to walk unrivaled within the world, had actually been learnt by Lin Ming. This could no longer be described with just the word talent. Not just that, But there was no hitch in Lin Ming's control of these two unique skills. He was able to perfectly utilize the concept of thunder, skillfully manipulating the power of life and the power of death. If Lin Ming had Sichu Yaoyue's cultivation, then even a divine Sea Supreme Elder would perish under his hands. Unfortunately, he was only at the peak of the first stage of life destruction, and the result of this was that he was being tightly suppressed by Sichu Yaoyu. In that cage of darkness that was able to hinder speed, Lin Ming's velocity had plummeted. Every movement, every action he took required over double the normal amount of true essence. If he was unable to break through this cage, then it was only a matter of time until he was defeated. In the cage of darkness, Sichu Yaoyu had already turned into a wisp of black smoke. Her so-called slow speed was only in comparison to a beast like Lin Ming. When compared to a normal life-destruction martial artist, her movements were simply untraceable like a ghost. Lin Lanjian, I want to see just how you'll break my cage of darkness. Go die. Sichu Yaoyu circled behind Lin Ming and stabbed out her long spear. Because she had the advantage of speed, Sichu Yaoyu didn't have to use any fierce martial skills. Her superiority was that with Lin Ming's current speed being weighed down, it was impossible for him to block her fast moves. Peng! Lin Ming flew backwards, his protective true essence surging around him. Sichu Yaoyu chased him. She took a step forwards and arrived in front of him, thrusting her spear out nearly 3 times simultaneously. Lin Ming blocked the first 2 spear lights, but the third spear light actually scratched his right arm, causing blood to shoot into the wind. This boy, his body's defensive power is like a dragon's. Sichu Yaoyu was dumbfounded. Although she was currently sacrificing striking power for attack speed, every spear strike of hers was still equal to the all-out attack of a top 100 ranked Destiny Decree Master. Even so, Lin Ming only had a minor flesh wound after receiving such a strike, as if his entire body was forged from profound metal. Who cares how great your defensive power is? Let's see just how many spear strikes you can take. Sichu Yaoyu rushed out once more, clearly wanting to use her superiority in speed to defeat Lin Ming. This method of fighting didn't seem honorable, but any winning tactic was a good tactic. The concept of darkness can actually be used like this. Sichu Yaoyu is truly a genius. A martial artist commented. He had an understanding of the concept of darkness, but that had only stopped at the laws of devouring. He hadn't even heard about the second-level concept of slowing space. It isn't just Lin Lanjian, but even if it were someone like Sichu Yaoyu, who has a Dantian variation, or if it were some monstrous genius with an inborn divine body or divine bloodline, they would also perish if caught in this cage of darkness. To the martial artists present, the formidable and awe-inspiring majesty of a divine body, divine blood, or Dantian variation had already been deeply rooted in their psyches. Thus, they used them as an example. A blood-red spear light stretched into a rainbow. This was Sichu Yaoyue's third spear strike. Just as she was stabbing towards Lin Ming's throat, a feeling of impending danger burst within her mind. This is bad. Sichu Yaoyue's beautiful face paled. Just as her spear was thrust halfway, she forcefully retrieved it and stormed backwards. However, it was already too late. Suddenly, a resonant and glorious phoenix cry resounded from within Lin Ming's body. The ancient phoenix mark between his eyebrows began to blaze with a fiery gold divine light. That golden light turned into a brilliant rainbow, seeming as if it had turned into countless golden swords that pierced the heavens. In that instant, Lin Ming had completely burnt all of the ancient phoenix blood within himself. At that moment, all of the divine sea powerhouses present felt a formidable pressure pushing down on them, as if a true god beast had descended upon the world. All of them revealed a trace of surprise. Even the normally calm Yang Yun revealed an expression of amazement. Yang Yun was stricken. This feeling was 100 drops of ancient phoenix blood combusted within him, forcibly summoning the majesty of the ancient phoenix god beast that dwelled within his body. Before reaching the revolving core realm, Lin Ming had often used the ability of burning the ancient phoenix blood within him. However, ever since he returned from time-worn Phoenix City where he had absorbed 100 drops of ancient phoenix blood, this was his first time thoroughly burning it all. Normally, a martial artist would burn their blood essence in exchange for a far higher combat strength. However, Once that blood essence was burned, it would disappear. But the blood of the ancient phoenix was different. The ancient phoenix was a god beast of the heavens and earth, an existence that possessed an immortal body. Its bloodline was also the same. It could bathe within the hot fires of nirvana and be reborn. Thus, even if its blood was combusted, it would not reduce in the least. Lin Ming had 100 drops of ancient phoenix blood within his body. If he completely burnt all of this, then it could release a terrifying energy. Before Lin Ming had attained the body of a life-destruction powerhouse, this massive amount of energy could have easily scorched his meridians. But now, after every cell within his body had been tempered and transformed by energy, his entire body could transmit energy without needing to pass it through his meridians. This was one of the greatest benefits of life destruction. With this, Lin Ming unscrupulously burnt all the ancient phoenix blood within his body. A vast and titanic power of fire erupted, and the strength of the ancient phoenix blood poured into Lin Ming's bloodline, causing his blood to boil over. In that moment, Lin Ming's entire body was lit aflame. The heaven-step burning star flame howled as it rushed out, manifesting into a giant phoenix with a 1,000-foot wingspan that flew into the skies, directly impacting into the heaven. The conflagration of flames was monstrous, earth-shattering. All of the fire origin energy within a radius of several hundred miles was stirred up by this massive phoenix, completely rushing towards the center. A red storm covered the skies as if a crimson tsunami had appeared in the heavens, enveloping the world. At this time, space itself was scorched by the power of fire. A crimson sun seemed to slowly rise from within Lin Ming's body, glorious and magnificent. Lin Ming's entire body was bathed in an inferno of flames. He bit down on the tip of his tongue. Then, the totem mark on the heretical god sprout that symbolized the fire source laws suddenly emitted a flaming golden light. Lin Ming's blood fused into the heretical god sprout, and a small golden phoenix slowly budded out from the leaves of the heretical god sprout. The small phoenix slowly flapped its wings as it flew into the air. This small phoenix was countless times smaller than the one formed by the burning star flame. However, it emitted a divine light that blinded all eyes, with a far more terrifying energy roiling within it. This was the power born from the fusion of Lin Ming's blood essence and the laws carved onto the heretical god sprout. The small golden phoenix flew into the skies, melting into that red burning star flame phoenix. As they touched, it was like a shining sun had suddenly appeared in the skies. The entire dimensional realm was completely covered in endless golden light, sparkling with a divine radiance. "Break," Lin Ming coldly said as he flourished his spear. If this cage of darkness was immune to physical attacks, then he would use the burning light of source flames as his sword and cut away the darkness. Kree. The golden red flame phoenix let out a keening cry. It rushed out towards Sichu Yaoyu, bringing with it great billowing waves of flame as if it had emerged from the center of a star. Ka. Wherever the fire passed, space would melt and break away, causing a massive amount of chaotic power of space to overflow into the world and form a massive space storm. The wind caused the fires to become even more intense, howling with an even fiercer madness. Sichu Yaoyu paled. The thick darkness around her rapidly melted like snow underneath these roaring flames. Even the extreme violet domain shook as if it would collapse at any moment. What is this? How can he contain such a terrifying power of fire within his body? Sichu Yaoyu was alarmed, panic filling her mind. She had thought Lin Ming was a thunder attribute martial artist because of the various phenomena that occurred when he crossed life destruction. At that time, his entire body had been tempered by thunder, giving him affinity to thunder laws that no one could reach. But she never imagined that his ability to control fire even far surpassed his ability to control thunder. It was like there was a blazing sun within his body. Peng! The cage of darkness shattered. Sichu Yaoyu violently trembled as she spat out a mouthful of blood. This cage of darkness was connected to her life. Once it was broken, she would suffer a serious backlash. And by now, the flame phoenix had appeared in front of her. Demon Moon Extreme Heaven. Sichu Yaoyu bit down on her cherry-red lips and spat out blood essence onto her spear. She grasped her spear with both hands and then slashed it downward. A crimson demon moon even brighter than the last one emerged out of thin air. It spun as it flew towards the flame phoenix, cutting into its chest with an unimaginable speed. Bang! Energy broke out. The world seemed to lose all color as a massive fireball enveloped the entire world. The ruined mountain was completely melted in a 100-mile range. Rumble, rumble. Rock melted, turning into rivers of surging lava. Red waves of flames washed over the land, causing the earth to tremble. All of the surrounding martial artists were greatly shocked. The vast energy and tremendous pressure of a god-beast caused the Xiantian martial artists to not even be able to escape. Luckily, these juniors had masters to protect them. These masters grabbed onto the Xiantian juniors as they hurriedly retreated. After retreating dozens of miles, they then turned around to see that the mountain had completely vanished. In its place was a gargantuan pit that was filled with hot red lava. The entire arena stage had already become a sea of flames. Lava splashed into the air, causing sweltering heat waves to spread out. This power is too terrifying. It wasn't strange for a life-destruction martial artist to have the ability to destroy a mountain. But, for them to completely turn a 100-mile radius of a mountain into a sea of lava, that was actually shocking. Who is this Lin Lanjian? I don't believe that an ordinary person can contain such a horrifying energy within themselves. This has nothing to do with talent, this is an issue of his body. Does he have a divine body? I've never heard of a divine body like this. Talent mainly manifested in martial arts talent, perception, battle spirit, understanding of concepts of laws, and other similar aspects. But no matter how much one excelled in these aspects, the amount of energy they could contain within their bodies was still limited. No matter how solid their foundation was, if they didn't have a Dantian variation or a special physique that allowed them hold 4 or 5 times more true essence, then how could they contain such a terrifying fire energy within them? And Lin Ming was only at the first stage of life destruction. Such a compatibility with fire, this can't be achieved by just the so-called fire spirit body. In the ancient texts, there are simply no records of divine bodies. That is, unless you consider the ancient carved stones from 100,000 years ago. These are records that cannot be verified, for instance, the ancient phoenix saint body that once ruled the world. On a spirit boat, a divine sea supreme elder from an ancient Holy Land family clan silently muttered, his expression unsure. Chapter 860, Great Desolate Blood Halberd. Chapter 860, Great Desolate Blood Halberd. The so-called thunder spirit body, fire spirit body and water spirit body, those were in truth not special physiques, but rather what some geniuses were called when they had an extremely high talent in one of the 5 main elements. In terms of physicality, they weren't that different from someone ordinary. As for the ancient phoenix saint body, that was completely different. That was a divine body that had once existed in the Sky Spill continent during ancient times. Although the history of the Sky Spill continent from 100,000 years ago and further back was missing, there were still some glorious family clans with a long legacy that had managed to obtain some ruined jade slips or carved stones from ancient times, and had thus obtained minor understandings of the situation back then. According to the available records, in the Sky Spill continent of 100,000 years ago, that was when warlords and rivals all rose up together, with countless peerless heroes filling the land. The so-called ancient phoenix saint body was a physique that came from a special family clan. In terms of comprehending the fire laws, they excelled far more than everyone else on the continent. They could also summon a flame phoenix phantom and other such miracles that Lin Ming was performing right now. Of course, no one could tell if these stories were true or false, and only a minor number of those present had heard these legends. There was simply no one that was able to confirm that Lin Ming's physique was the ancient phoenix saint body. But without a doubt, there was definitely something special about Lin Ming's physique, otherwise it would have been impossible for him to display such a terrifying energy. Originally no one thought that Lin Ming had a divine body or divine bloodline, and he would always be handicapped because of this. But now it seemed that not only did Lin Ming have a divine body, but this special physique was even superior to the extreme violet Dantian. Otherwise, Since Lin Ming and Sichu Yaoyue's cultivations were separated by so many small boundaries, how could her cage of darkness have been shattered by Lin Ming? This was the embodiment of physique disparity. All of the other heroic young elites couldn't help but be emotionally affected. A monstrous talent, lucky changes that defied the heavens, and now he even had a divine body. How could any other hero of this era still call themselves a talent in front of him? Lava tumbled and splashed into the skies. Within the lake of lava, there were still some rocks that hadn't completely melted yet. These rocks contained certain types of minerals that made them have a much higher melting temperature. Lin Ming stood on one of these flame-scorched rocks, supporting himself with his spear. Because he had burnt the blood of the ancient phoenix just now, he had consumed an enormous amount of energy. Even with his endurance and energy, he still felt it a bit difficult to withstand. Bang! 5 miles in front of Lin Ming, the lake of lava suddenly exploded. Sichu Yaoyu rushed out, looking like a mess. In that confrontation just now, she had directly faced the flame phoenix phantom that had rushed out from Lin Ming's body, and had to expend some of her blood essence to use her strongest attack, Demon Moon Extreme Heaven. Even so, she had been shaken and injured by the energy shockwaves. When this was coupled with her cage of darkness being shattered by the great torrential waves of flame, this had caused her to suffer a serious backlash, and now her injuries had become far worse. When she had fallen into the lava now, her protective true essence was like a candle in the wind, nearly fading away. Her hair and clothing had been ignited by the lava and burnt away. If she hadn't used the concept of darkness to form new clothes for herself, then she feared half of her body would have been publicly exposed by now. Lin Lanjian. Sichu Yaoyu stared at Lin Ming, her eyes brilliant and shining. Since she was born, she had never experienced such a difficult battle before. The extreme violet domain and cage of darkness had both been broken and she had been seriously injured. In terms of battle spirit and speed, she was inferior to begin with. What she was proud of was her understanding into the concept of darkness as well as her extreme violet dantian. But when compared with Lin Ming, her concept of darkness was broken by Lin Ming's concept of fire, and her extreme violet domain was inferior to Lin Ming's 2 force fields. Although she had a dantian variation, Lin Ming had an even more formidable divine body. There was no need to compare their other aspects. Every single domain she excelled in had been defeated one by one under Lin Ming's hand. Her once haughty arrogance had already lost all of its support. Sichu Yaoyu grit her teeth and pointed her spear right towards Lin Ming's forehead. Since the fight had reached this point, she could no longer back down. She had also seen that Lin Ming had consumed a massive amount of energy just now when he used that secret divine body technique. If they continued to fight, it was still uncertain just who would win and who would lose. Whoosh! Suddenly, a violent and wild bloodlight shot into the skies. All of the flowing lava underneath Sichu Yaoyue's feet froze, turning into black volcanic rock. A strong infernal energy dissipated into the air, causing all of the martial artists present to feel their heartbeats quicken with fear. There were even some that found it hard to breathe. Just now it was like Sichu Yaoyu had opened up an ancient sealed demon box, releasing an ancient demonic spirit. That is. Lin Ming's pupils shrank. In Sichu Yaoyue's hands, there was actually a blood-red war halberd. This halberd was 10 feet long and the shaft was as thick as an arm. Countless symbols were inscribed upon it. On the foot-long halberd edge, there was a cruel demon engraving. Its expression was fierce and hideous, lifelike to the point where it seemed it would jump out. All those that looked at it couldn't help but feel their souls trembling in fear. With Sichu Yaoyue's delicate body holding this massive and thick halberd, it left an immense visual impact on everyone present. That is, Lin Ming's eyes widened. That is the great desolate blood halberd. That is the weapon the demon emperor once used. It was unexpectedly held by the Azura divine kingdom. Lin Ming sucked in a deep breath. Thinking of it, this wasn't too surprising. The Azura divine kingdom was a super holy land with a 10,000-year inheritance. Their background was immeasurably deep. Since they had the demon god Heartguard mirror, it was also natural that they might have been able to obtain the great desolate blood halberd. Lin Ming was extremely familiar with the great desolate blood halberd. Back at revered Master Qianguang's birthday banquet, Lin Ming had fought Lei Mubai, and the weapon he used had been a replica of the great desolate blood halberd. Afterwards, Lei Mubai had perished under Lin Ming's hands, and that replica became Lin Ming's possession. Then Lin Ming had gone to the South Sea battlefield in order to practice the great desolate halberd art and had used this halberd for a very long time. This was also the reason why he tried to walk on the slaughter path. But afterwards, he discovered that he didn't have much talent in the slaughter path, thus he no longer used the halberd and switched back to his spear. The halberd and spear were similar pole-type weapons. Lin Ming had practiced martial arts for many years and naturally had a deep understanding into those two types of weapons. As he looked at the great desolate blood halberd in Sichu Yaoyu's hands, he could sense an evil demonic energy coming from it. That was truly an unlucky and ominous weapon, saint rank artifact. Also, the halberd has an evil demon energy on it that causes it to rise above a normal saint artifact. Lin Ming instantly judged. The great desolate blood halberd was obviously the final card Sichu Yaoyu had hidden. In the end, she still had to use it. On the Godspeed boat, Sichu Haotian began to slowly shake his head. When he had given the great desolate blood halberd to Sichu Yaoyu, he had urged her again and again to never use it until she was forced to bring out her last resort. And now, the time had come for her to bring out that halberd. The great desolate blood halberd was a dangerous and unlucky treasure. After the demon emperor flew into the realm of the gods tens of thousands of years ago, the great desolate blood halberd had changed hands several times. With it, one could be called an earth-shaking character that awed the world. However, written in the ancient records, it showed that emperor-level powerhouses that wielded the great desolate blood halberd had died horrible, unnatural deaths. Even divine sea supreme elders were the same. They could be said to have insufficient destiny, and thus were killed by the unlucky curse that existed on the blood halberd. There was even a case 1,000 years ago of this occurring. The Netherworld Great Emperor had also obtained the great desolate blood halberd, and he had eventually died a miserable death when several emperor-level powerhouses joined forces to exterminate him. At the time, Sichu Haotian had participated in the siege of Silent Demon Emperor City, and the great desolate blood halberd had thus been obtained by the Azura Divine Kingdom. For this blood halberd, the Azura Divine Kingdom had to give up many other things. After Sichu Haotian obtained the great desolate blood halberd, he didn't use it. Instead, he sealed it up and suppressed it deep within the Azura Divine Kingdom's dimensional realm. The great desolate blood halberd's ominous and unlucky history was well documented. Even a powerhouse that was close to being the highest under the heavens like the Netherworld Great Emperor had still died because of its curse. Sichu Haotian certainly didn't think he was stronger than the Netherworld Great Emperor, thus he hadn't used this weapon for the entire 1,000 years. Even when he gave this halberd to Sichu Yaoyu, he still sealed away the majority of the great desolate blood halberd's strength. That was merely how things were. Sichu Haotian had told her again and again only to use this weapon as a final resort, fearing that she wouldn't be able to withstand the curse of the blood halberd. So it was the great desolate blood halberd. The Azura Divine Kingdom is really holding nothing back. Hihi, Sichu Haotian isn't a brash idiot. He's always been extremely careful. The majority of this unlucky halberd's strength should have been sealed away. Sichu Yaoyu should still be able to withstand it. Even so, although this girl won't die to the curse, her destiny will certainly be affected. This is not a blessing for her. On a spirit boat, two divine sea supreme elders were casually talking with each other. The great desolate blood halberd was extremely famous. Many of those famed sect elders present certainly recognized this ominous halberd. For these past tens of thousands of years it had drunk countless amounts of blood, including even that of divine sea supreme elders. Legends said that this ominous halberd only needed to be casually dropped to be able to crush a mountain. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that this was the world's greatest ominous weapon. To think that it's the great desolate blood halberd. This battle between the strongest life-destruction powerhouses is truly full of winding paths and changes, with startling events happening again and again. I thought that Lin Lanjian had the advantage, but now that Sichu Yaoyu has brought out the great desolate blood halberd, I have no idea just what will happen. Lin Lanjian is in danger. That ominous halberd is as heavy as a mountain. A mere scratch or bump would be enough to crush someone to death. If that fell from her hands, it would shatter mountains, let alone when it is moved by energy. I wonder just how Lin Lanjian will block it. He might be able to evade it and win through speed. Lin Lanjian's speed is called the highest below the Divine Sea. He can still fight. A sect elder thoughtfully said. Sichu Yaoyu grasped the great desolate blood halberd and stood proud and arrogant above her island in the lava sea. Lin Lanjian, this is the world's greatest ominous weapon. Today, I shall sacrifice your blood to it. As she spoke, she rushed forwards. She wielded the desolate halberd downwards like a falling avalanche. Lin Ming's face was decisive and cold. He evenly lifted his long spear and sneered, "The great desolate blood halberd may be called the greatest ominous weapon in the world, but just how much of its strength could you possibly display? Humph. Then come and try it out. Meet my move," Sichu Yaoyu said as she smashed the halberd down at Lin Ming. The great desolate blood halberd was incomparably heavy. Sichu Yaoyu had to expend all of her true essence in order to move it, without having any left over to use martial skills. But none of this mattered. Absolute power could break apart all techniques. Just wielding the great desolate blood halberd could be said to be her strongest martial skill. This simple attack smashed onto Lin Ming. At this moment, it was like a mountain was falling down on him. Lin Ming's pupils shrank. The 8 inner gates opened, the heretical god force erupted. He spread his feet wide and sank his waist down, transmitting strength through his spine. With the support of the Gate of Limit, 5 million jins of strength erupted with his red spear. To meet spear with halberd, all of the martial artists present stared with wide eyes, dumbfounded at what they were seeing. Even the Divine Sea Supreme Elders were startled. He wanted to directly resist the great desolate blood halberd. Dang! Spear and halberd crossed. An explosive ringing sound burst through the clouds and cracked stones, sounding like a thunderclap in everyone's ears and making their hearts feel faint. The red rock underneath Lin Ming's feet instantly shattered and a massive shockwave caused the lava beneath him to surge into the air, forming a tsunami of lava that was hundreds of feet high, directly impacting into the horizon. Lin Ming held his spear with both hands. Because of the immense pressure, the spear shaft had curved like a crescent moon. However, he had truly been able to frontally block the great desolate blood halberd's attack. On the other side of the blood halberd, Sichu Yaoyu's beautiful face was twisted, her eyes wide with utterly incredulous disbelief. Chapter 861, Suppressing Yaoyu. Chapter 861, Suppressing Yaoyu. You. Sichu Yaoyu's cherry-red lips slightly parted, her voice trembling. She had no idea what to say. If the great desolate blood halberd was used by a divine sea powerhouse, then with its terrifying weight as well as the true essence that would be poured into it, it could be said to have incomparable power. Now that it had fallen into Sichu Yaoyu's hands, although it couldn't display its greatest strength, she could still use her energy to move it. Even so, just its falling momentum was more than astounding. The great desolate blood halberd was a weapon that could break apart a mountain just if it were drop. Now, it even had Sichu Yaoyu's added energy to move it. And such an attack had been directly blocked by Lin Ming. Ka. The red spear in Lin Ming's hand bent to the extreme. This was a standard service weapon of time-worn Phoenix City. Although it was only a middle-grade Heavenstep weapon, in terms of toughness, it actually surpassed a high-grade Heavenstep treasure. And with Lin Ming's silver battle spirit attached to it, it was able to abruptly resist the great desolate blood halberd without breaking. Ha! Lin Ming erupted with a shout and the muscles of his arms suddenly bulged outwards, the blue veins twisting about. He exhausted all of his strength to suddenly push forwards, restoring the red spear to its straight form. Sichu Yaoyu felt an unstoppable potential rush towards her as she flew backwards. She tumbled in the air for several miles, the blood in her body tumbling, her insides hurting like all her organs were being twisted around. After resisting the great desolate blood halberd's attack, she had been easily struck backwards by Lin Ming. What? Sichu Yaoyu didn't dare to believe this was real. If Lin Ming had used a martial skill to attack her, then Sichu Yaoyu would not be afraid. The great desolate blood halberd had the attribute of breaking apart all with absolute strength. She could depend on its powerful potential to shatter all energy-based attacks. But something she never thought possible had happened. Lin Ming had frontally confronted her and blocked her attack. Where did this strength come from? Was he even human? It was like he was an ancient dragon. It had to be known that Sichu Yaoyu was the wielder of the great desolate blood halberd. Even though she lacked the physical strength to move it, she could still drive it with her energy and use it to smash her opponents. But Lin Ming was her enemy. It was impossible for him to pour any energy into the great desolate blood halberd. That meant that he could only rely on his own physical strength to block the great desolate blood halberd. Normally, a martial artist would only undergo 6 phases of body transformation: strength training, flesh training, viscera training, altering muscle, bone forging, and pulse condensation. During this time, one's bodily strength would soar again and again. But after crossing pulse condensation, one's strength would only slowly grow. In addition, one's strength would increase again during the marrow washing of the Xiantian realm and also when the body was reformed during life destruction. A monstrous genius would have 50,000 to 60,000 jins of strength, and even someone with inborn divine strength wouldn't surpass 70,000 to 80,000 jins of strength. After all, a martial artist simply wouldn't use this strength fight. A life destruction martial artist could use heaven and earth origin energy to create sword lights and easily slice apart a mountain, so why would they care about a mere several tens of thousands of jins of strength? But now, Lin Ming had completely subverted all of Sichu Yaoyu's understanding. It wasn't just Sichu Yaoyu, but even the other martial artists watching were dumbfounded. This included even the Divine Sea Supreme Elders. Looking at Lin Ming's handsome and slender appearance, he didn't seem like someone that could erupt with such terrifying strength. Such supernatural strength. Could this also be a type of divine body? Within the central region of the Sky Spill continent, divine bodies, divine bloodlines, and Dantian variations were all ideas deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. To them, anything that could greatly increase one's martial talent or strength would be called a divine body. For instance, Lin Ming's ancient phoenix bloodline. Maybe it's not a divine body, but rather a special body strength enhancing technique that relies on true essence. On a spirit boat, a blue-clothed old man commended. His name was Shong Yutian and his cultivation was at the early Divine Sea realm. He was the highest elder of the Shong family clan Holy Land. The Shong family clan was a part of the Sublime Smelting Divine Kingdom, and all of their previous generations had been on good terms with the Sublime Smelting Divine Kingdom. I also think so. Otherwise, to have 2 simultaneous kinds of divine body is far too terrifying. Besides Shong Yutian, a black-haired middle-aged man commented. His cultivation was also at the Divine Sea realm, and he was even at the Middle Divine Sea realm. He was a subordinate of the 9-Furnace Divine Kingdom. Although these 2 Divine Sea Supreme Elders had a great deal of experience, they had never heard of body transformation techniques like the 8 inner hidden gates or 9 stars of the Dao Palace, that could give someone millions or even billions of jins of strength. That simply exceeded everything they knew. Let alone now, but even 100,000 years ago, there were almost no body transformation technique martial artists left over on the Sky Spill continent. This was because the Sky Spill continent simply didn't have enough resources for them to freely spend. This secret technique is rarely seen, but no matter how powerful one's bodily strength is, only a limited amount can be transformed into striking power. Shong Yutian thought out loud. The martial artists of the Sky Spill continent had never placed bodily strength in high regard. This was just like how mortals who used gunpowder weapons would then look down on sabers and swords. Sichu Yaoyu calmed down after a brief period of shock. She believed that Lin Ming must have forcefully enhanced his strength through the use of some arcane technique. However, this sort of technique inevitably had limits. It was impossible to maintain for extended periods of time. Let me see how many of my moves you can block. Sichu Yaoyu gave a cold shout and rushed forwards once more. She raised the great desolate blood halberd in her hands and pounded it towards Lin Ming again. Clang! The great desolate blood halberd brutally collided with Lin Ming's red spear once more. In every collision, The red spear in Lin Ming's hand would violently deform. It would become a crescent moon or like a bent bow. Lin Ming's 2 arms contained a terrifying divine strength. After bending, the red spear would return like a whip, every movement enough to shake mountains. Clang, clang, clang. It was like a divine bell of heaven was being rung again and again. A terrifying sound echoed throughout the world, piercing through the heavens and penetrating deep into the earth. The powerful strikes set off a fierce storm of energy that rushed out in all directions, causing lava and stones to wildly clutter the air. The two fought from the sea of lava to other mountain peaks, and from those mountain peaks to deep valleys. Wherever they fought, mountains would shatter. Every casual step Lin Ming took was enough to collapse the ground, causing a storm of crushed stone to fly into the air. Such a method of fighting left all the present martial artists' scalps tingling with fear and their souls shivering. This didn't even seem like a fight between martial artists. It looked like 2 ancient vicious beasts that were fiercely wrestling with each other. Bang! Sichu Yaoyu was swept several thousand feet away by Lin Ming's spear. She used the great desolate blood halberd to catch the ground and slow herself down, causing a massive fissure to appear in the ground. Sichu Yaoyu stood up with difficulty. Her blood tumbled within her and her creamy white chest fiercely heaved up and down in exhaustion. Her hands had already become numb. At this point, Sichu Yaoyu wasn't able to steadily hold onto the great desolate blood halberd. Her 2 lotus root-like arms trembled, as if she were an old woman at the end of her life. She watched Lin Ming approach her from not too far away, and a look of panic and dread finally appeared on her beautiful face. Lin Ming simply didn't seem as if he knew what exhaustion was. His strength continued to grow, becoming more and more fierce as the battle dragged on. This caused her to feel a blossoming fear in her heart. She was fast approaching her limit. Although the 2 of them had clashed their weapons several times, they still hadn't directly wounded each other. But, under the support of 1 million jins of strength, every single collision was like the impact of a falling meteor, a massive shaking impact that spread outwards. Even with their weapons as buffers, this shaking force still passed into their organs. If this damage accumulated, it would cause one's blood to surge within them. If it was enough, then even their organs would break apart from the shock and bleed. After those several dozen strikes, Sichu Yaoyu nearly felt her bones break. As for Lin Ming, the more he fought, the more ferocious he became. You! As Sichu Yaoyu spoke, blood began to flow out from the corners of her lips. Just as she was about to speak further, Lin Ming took a step forwards and attacked. Whoosh! Lin Ming lifted his long spear high in the air. The overwhelming power of his spear swept down, bringing with it the pressure of a falling mountain. Sichu Yaoyu forcefully suppressed the aching pain in her arms and lifted the great desolate blood halberd to block this attack. Bang! Sichu Yaoyu's legs softened. Her flight technique simply wasn't enough to withstand such a tremendous impact force. Half of her body was directly pounded in the rock. The collision of their weapons had caused the blood vessels in her arms to burst apart. The accumulation of these minor shaking wounds had finally surpassed the limits of her body. The blood vessels and meridians in her arms were in a complete mess, with the tendons and ligaments nearly torn apart. Sichu Yaoyu could barely even hold onto the great desolate blood halberd. Her mind went blank and she wanted to retreat, but at this time Lin Ming brought his spear smashing down again like a collapsing mountain. Bang! The 2 pole-type weapons violently impacted each other again. Sichu Yaoyu's body shook, and her clear jade-like arms became covered with blood. Several of her bones had also fractured. She vomited a mouthful of blood as an immense impact force rushed out from her body, causing countless stones to shoot into the air. With Sichu Yaoyu as the center, the surrounding area in a several 100-foot wide radius nearly completely collapsed. As for Sichu Yaoyu, originally just her legs had been nailed into the rock, but now her entire waist and stomach were buried too. Sichu Yaoyu's face burned with shame and anger. She wanted to suppress the pain in all her organs and retreat from here, but Lin Ming didn't give her the chance. His spear came smashing down yet again. Bang! Sichu Yaoyu wasn't able to resist this attack. The bones in her 2 arms were shattered to pieces and blood began pouring out from her head. In that moment, she felt the world flip upside down as her mind went dizzy and thunder roared in her ears. The broken stones around her body had been completely crushed into powder by the tremendous impact force, causing sand and smoke to shoot into the skies. Sichu Yaoyu was completely pounded into the ground by Lin Ming, leaving only her head on the outside. That overweeningly arrogant Sichu Yaoyu, that proud daughter of heaven that resembled an immortal moon fairy, had actually been beaten into such a miserable appearance. All of the martial artists present gulped, their throats violently spasming. Even if Sichu Yaoyu were to reach the divine sea in the future, she would never be able to erase the humiliation of today. In front of everyone's watching eyes, she had been pounded into the ground by Lin Ming as if she were nothing more than a stake. After the battle reached this state, victory and defeat were almost decided. But Lin Ming had no intention of showing tender mercy or compassion. He grasped his red spear, poured energy into it and smashed yet again. Bang! All of the crushed stones on the ground blew up like a fountain. Sichu Yaoyu gave a pitiful cry as her lithe body was sent flying backwards by the tremendous impact force. She vomited a large mouthful of blood. Flying back in the air, she no longer had the least bit of strength left. Now that the great desolate blood halberd had lost the controlling support of energy, it fell to the floor. Bang! The 10-foot-long blood halberd struck the ground, causing a massive 200-foot-wide hole to appear. All of the surrounding rock broke into countless shards, and Sichu Yaoyue's entire body was covered with blood. She looked like a sack of boneless meat within the rubble, limp and unmoving, near the point of death. Seeing such a result, all of the martial artists who watched the battle were left speechless in complete shock. As they looked at Lin Ming, who was bathed in blood, words like cruel, ruthless, vicious, tyrannical, and such all appeared far too pale and weak to describe her. By using his powerful bodily strength to forcefully beat Sichu Yaoyu until she didn't have an unbroken bone in her body, this scene was far more shocking than those magnificent and gorgeous exchanges with True Essen. Moreover, what was most incredible was that the weapon Sichu Yaoyu used was the weapon that could crush a mountain, the great desolate blood halberd. Chapter 862, Dropping All Pretenses. Chapter 862, Dropping All Pretenses. The great desolate blood halberd's weight was without doubt. One could tell just how terrifying it was from when it was smashed downwards. But Lin Ming's red spear was only a flexible heaven-step treasure. Even so, he was still using that heaven-step treasure to forcefully resist and defeat the great desolate blood halberd. Such a scene caused all the present martial artists to feel as if they had swallowed an entire cow. All of them were speechless, only blankly looking on at what was happening before them. Sichu Yaoyu was defeated. She has a 7th stage life destruction cultivation and also the extreme violet dantian, but she still lost to Lin Lanjian. If this continues, then Lin Lanjian will only need to cross a few more small boundaries before he becomes a peerless emperor. As long as he can pass another 3 or 4 stages of life destruction, then he might be able to contend with a weaker Divine Sea Supreme Elder. This Lin Lanjian is really an undefeated legend. I wonder just what degree he will grow to in the future. He might even be someone more ruthless and famous than Emperor Sokia. With events having reached this step, no one doubted Lin Ming's strength and talent any longer. As long as he didn't die, he was certain to become the future highest under the heavens. When this sort of existence appeared, it would always cause all the major influences to feel extremely contradictory thoughts. Lin Lanjian would become someone that they would desperately try to win over, while also secretly fearing and dreading him at the same time. Yaoyu was defeated. On top of the Azura Divine Kingdom's Godspeed boat, Sichu Yaoshi had paled and her lips were shivering as if her entire body was quaking. Impossible, impossible, impossible. How could this little beast be so powerful? Whether it is an assassination or whatever else, I absolutely must kill him. Even if I must sacrifice the lives of several Divine Sea powerhouses, I still must do this. The Azura Divine Kingdom had already agreed to this gambling battle with Lin Ming. It was impossible for Sichu Yaoshi to use the reason of Lin Ming to launch a national war that disregarded all cost. I never thought this would happen, Sichu Haotian deeply sighed, instantly seeming as if he had aged overnight. He had used every possible plan for this battle, and even though he had paid every price possible, they had still lost in the end. Is this really the inescapable fate of my Azura divine kingdom? Lin Ming grasped the red spear and aimed its point at Sichu Yaoyu. He trembled by a nearly imperceptible degree. That fierce and long fight had indeed consumed a massive amount of his energy. In the end, Lin Ming's combat strength was not superior to Sichu Yaoyu's. The reason he had won was his superior physical strength and abnormal defensive power. From the very start, Lin Ming had been the one being suppressed by Sichu Yaoyu. After several exchanges of moves, Lin Ming had suffered greater damage than Sichu Yaoyu. If a normal martial artist were to be wounded in such a manner, they would have died. But Lin Ming was able to brave through the pain, supporting himself with his hardened will and stubbornness. The true turning point of this battle had been when Lin Ming burnt the blood of the ancient phoenix to shatter Sichu Yaoyu's cage of darkness. That move had consumed a massive amount of Lin Ming's energy. But by relying on the restorative powers of the Gate of Healing, as well as the body he gained from crossing life destruction, he was able to withstand the burden. Then, Lin Ming had relied on his 1 million Jin strength to engage Sichu Yaoyu in a brutal melee that lasted for dozens of rounds. He forcefully resisted all of the shaking damage that from the impact, and instead, Sichu Yaoyu had been the one to be severely wounded to the point of bleeding from her head. The great desolate blood halberd really lives up to its reputation. Lin Ming looked at the red halberd. If its sealed form could display such a terrifying might and power, then just what would it be like once its complete strength was unleashed? If Sichu Yaoyu didn't have this desolate halberd, it would have been impossible for her to contend with Lin Ming and further. After her cage of darkness had been broken by him, she had occupied the position of absolute weakness. If I use this halberd to fight and combine it with my 1 million Jin strength, just what would that be like? A halberd and spear were extremely close in fighting style. Even though Lin Ming no longer focused on the great desolate halberd art for battle, he could still use a halberd to fight. As for the curse of the halberd, Lin Ming could ask Demon Shine about that. Just because there was no current known solution didn't mean one didn't exist. As Lin Ming thought this, he began to step towards Sichu Yaoyu, one steady pace at a time. At that time, Sichu Yaoyu was already on the verge of death. She lay upon a rock, her bloody arms hanging down at strange angles as wisps of blood fled from her body like small winding snakes. All of her bones had been shattered. Her face was wet with blood and her crimson eyes were filled with shame and unwillingness. This was her life's greatest shame, and the greatest failure of her life. As she placed her ear on the ground, she could hear Lin Ming's slowly approaching footsteps. In a life or death battle, to be defeated meant death. Enough. It's time for this to end. With a deep sigh, a black figure slowly appeared. This figure stood in front of Lin Ming, his hands crossed behind his back. This person was Sichu Haotian. Lin Ming wasn't surprised to see Sichu Haotian appear. How could the Azura Divine Emperor watch him slaughter the future hope of his Azura Divine Kingdom? Lin Ming's lips curved up in a taunting smile. What is it? Does Your Majesty Haotian plan on using another 1 million spirit essence stones to purchase Sichu Yaoyu's life? The life of a future Azura Divine Emperor is quite valuable. Lin Ming didn't conceal the mocking tone in his words. Sichu Haotian cared enough about face that he could watch Sichu Luosha die, but he absolutely would not let Sichu Yaoyu perish here. Even if he had to drop every ounce of face he had until it was sweeping the ground, he still had to save Sichu Yaoyu's life. This was not only because she had hopes of becoming a first-class powerhouse on the level of the Nine-Furnace highest divine emperor, but also because she was the direct bloodline descendant of the Sichu family clan and the future candidate to become the ruler of the Azura Divine Kingdom. To use 1 million spirit essence stones to buy the life of a future divine emperor was in itself a great irony. As Sichu Haotian heard Lin Ming's words, his expression suddenly became gloomy and dire. Sichu Yaoyu and Sichu Luosha were different. He had already expected that keeping her life would not be easy or cheap, but he didn't expect Lin Ming to directly ridicule him. "You little beast, you actually dare to threaten us? You really have no idea of death or danger. Do you really not believe that I'll slap you to death with a single palm?" A figure flashed and an old woman appeared beside Sichu Haotian. Her body was slightly bent with age, but her eyes were blazing with utter hatred. She was Sichu Yaoshi. "Yao Yu has already been wounded so severely, and yet you still want to threaten us. Do you really think that we won't do anything to you just because you have the Forsaken God clan as your backer? You better fuck off right now, or I'll have your head rolling on the ground." Sichu Yaoshi roared, and the aura of a divine sea powerhouse erupted from her like a howling storm towards Lin Ming. However, Lin Ming only sneered, not even taking a single step backwards. It was like he wasn't even affected at all. When he was at the late revolving core realm, he had already been able to rely on his dual force fields to forcefully resist Sichu Haotian's immense pressure, much less resisting Sichu Yaoshi's pressure with his current life-destruction cultivation. As Sichu Yaoshi saw Lin Ming not even care about her threatening aura, her complexion became much uglier. Her rage had reached the limit. This rage finally turned into a horrifying killing intent that caused her to lose all reasoning. Sichu Yaoshi suddenly raised her palm and slammed it towards Lin Ming. "You little beast, die for me." Sichu Yaoshi only had one thought percolating in her mind now, and that was to kill Lin Ming. No matter how talented Lin Ming was, in this situation where they dropped all pretense of honor and violently killed him, everything would be finished. Even if they killed him right here, what could the Forsaken God clan possibly do? Would they start a war against the Azura Divine Kingdom just for some revenge? Although this was a ruinous and greatly shameful event that would cause all the martial artists of the world to look down at the Azura Divine Kingdom with contempt, Sichu Yaoshi simply didn't consider any of this. At this time, how could she possibly care about such matters? A black demon claw emerged from thin air, grasping towards Lin Ming. Lin Ming had already begun retreating as he heard Sichu Yaoshi's killing intent manifest. With an extreme speed known as unrivaled below the Divine Sea, how could he let himself be easily killed here? After defeating Sichu Yaoyu, Lin Ming already proved that he had a top-class strength equal to or greater than a 7th-stage life-destruction powerhouse. Although he was still weaker than a Divine Sea Supreme Elder, the difference wasn't too far off. And with the Gate of Wonder and Golden Rock shattering the void, it wasn't an exaggeration to say that Lin Ming already had the power to maintain his life in front of the weakest of Divine Sea powerhouses. In the worst-case scenario, holding out for 4 or 5 moves wasn't a problem at all. "You demonic bitch, do you want to die?" Shabai's heart blazed with anger and he stepped forwards. The masked old man behind him also rushed ahead, his speed even faster than Shabai. "Ho!" With a loud shout, before the masked old man arrived, a silver sword light shot through the void like a shimmering rainbow, instantly slicing into Sichu Yaoshi's demon claw. The masked old man was less than a mile away from Sichu Yaoshi. For a Divine Sea Supreme Elder, that distance wouldn't even take the blink of an eye to cross, and martial artists' attacks were faster than their movements to begin with. Catcher. Sichu Yaoshi's demon claw was shorn apart by the silver sword light sent out by the masked old man. The sword light continued unabated, slashing straight towards Sichu Yaoshi's throat. One side was a close-range eruption and the other side was a long-distance attack. Yet, the result was that Sichu Yaoshi's demon claw was instantly broken apart. The difference in their strength was as clear as night and day. As Sichu Yaoshi saw this silver sword light cut towards her, she was greatly shocked. Her strength originally wasn't considered too powerful amongst Divine Sea powerhouses, and she was already quite old. It was impossible for her to block this masked old man's attack. Sichu Haotian frowned. He also didn't expect that Sichu Yaoshi would suddenly act in such a manner, but since they had already dropped any veneer of civility, he naturally couldn't allow his own side to weaken in momentum. He took a sudden step forwards and smashed his fist at the rapidly approaching silver sword light. Pang! The sword light shattered into pieces, turning into a brilliant silver radiance that spread out in all directions, causing everyone to feel as if they had been blinded. At this time, Lin Ming had already withdrawn a mile away without harm. Then a slightly old and pleasant voice sounded out in his ears, "Little friend, be careful behind you." Millimeter. A feeling of intense catastrophe suddenly appeared in Lin Ming's mind. Without further thought, he stepped on golden rock, shattering the void, instantly vanishing. Bang! The ground where Lin Ming had been standing violently exploded with the strength to shake mountains and rivers. The earth cracked apart, leaving deep and long fissures. Lin Ming turned around to see the white-haired Sichu Bonan standing there. He held a black spear in his hands, his ugly old face filled with hostility and displeasure. How unfortunate, I was just a bit off. Sichu Bonan cursed. He had thought he had hidden himself very well, but he never imagined that Lin Ming's perception would be so sensitive. This damned old geezer. Lin Ming was startled, his heart simmering with fury and anger. He had actually been attacked on both sides. While Sichu Yaoshi and Sichu Haotian's attacks had attracted Shabai and the masked old man's attention, Sichu Bonan had used this chance to aim a sneak attack at him. After all, the Forsaken God clan only had 2 divine sea powerhouses present. The third one was managing the array formation within the Realm Heart Great Hall. Being outnumbered, they were stretched to protect Lin Ming. Once I have enough strength, I will absolutely kill those old fossils Sichu Bonan and Sichu Yaoshi. Lin Ming carved this thought into his heart, his killing intent roiling off of his body. Even though he had defeated Sichu Yaoyu, his strength was still lacking. Without strength, he could only let others need and humiliate him, even if he were the future highest under the heavens. Chapter 863. All parties involved. Chapter 863. All parties involved. As Shabai watched Lin Ming nearly die to Sichu Bonan's sneak attack because he had been distracted, a furious rage burnt in his heart. Everything had happened so suddenly that he had been forced to resist Sichu Yaoshi and Sichu Haotian in a hurry. Especially that Sichu Haotian. His strength was unfathomable, to the point that even Shabai feared him. If Sichu Haotian had been the one to sneak attack Lin Ming, then perhaps Lin Ming really would have died here. Sichu Yaoshi. Sichu Bonan. The corners of Shabai's lips twitched as he spoke, a thick killing intent sparkling in his eyes. I never thought you would be so shameless. Today, with all the martial artists of the world as witnesses, you actually dared to do something so pathetic. In terms of being cheap little shits, you are truly invincible. Shabai flashed several times before arriving at Lin Ming's side, protecting him with the masked old man on the other side. Only then was he slightly relieved and able to ruthlessly mock the Azura Divine Kingdom. The Azura Divine Kingdom's actions had truly left many of the martial artists present dumbfounded. For them to publicly attempt to kill Lin Ming, they really didn't care about Face at all. But at this time, Face was useless. Humph, Shabai, do you think that as long as your Forsaken God clan turtles up in this dimensional realm, I really won't dare to move against you? Be careful that your fellow clansmen don't mysteriously go missing when they leave to go adventuring. As those from the Forsaken God clan rose in cultivation, the power of their curse would become increasingly strong. This made it difficult for anyone who reached the revolving core realm to leave the Forsaken God clan. But those Xiantian and Hutian realm martial artists would still go out to gain experience and adventure. There was no small number of fellow clansmen that had gone missing because of this. In front of so many heroes, Sichu Yaoshi had actually spoken merciless words targeting juniors. She could only be described as insane. Shabai's complexion completely sunk, a true anger beginning to burn in his heart. You can try. My Forsaken God clan has never feared any threat. Humph, you think I don't dare? Sichu Yaoshi sharply said in complete opposition. For a Divine Sea Supreme Elder to target the juniors of someone else, she was no different from a rabid dog. Enough. At this time, a cold shout sounded out. Sichu Haotian suddenly stepped forwards, every step crashing down like an avalanche. He looked like a volcano that was ready to erupt at any moment. His eyes shined as he glared at Lin Ming. Lin Lanjian, put forward your conditions. I want this battle to stop here. Sichu Yaoshi and Sichu Bonan both didn't have much longer to live. They were old and paranoid, eccentric to the point where they had now become crazed. But Sichu Haotian had to remember the honor and dignity of the Azura Divine Emperor. In this situation, he at least had to give Lin Ming the chance to state his conditions. Of course, this was because he was trying to protect Sichu Yaoyue's life. Otherwise, today he would have sundered this dimensional realm even if it cost him his life. Heh. Lin Ming had already expected this result. At this time, a true essence sound transmission sounded out in his ears. Hehe, boy, don't be scared by that old idiot Sichu's words. This old man will support you. As long as you insist on killing that Sichu Yaoyu, I will give you 10 million spirit essence stones. This true essence sound transmission came from somewhere in the world, forcefully suppressing Lin Ming's words in his throat. Who? Lin Ming turned around. He guessed that the true essence sound transmission had come from one of those high-level figures on the several spirit boats in the sky. Otherwise, there was no way they would have promised such a sky-high price like 10 million spirit essence stones. It was highly likely that they were a divine sea supreme elder. Chances are they were related to one of the other 3 divine kingdoms, and didn't wish to see someone like Sichu Yaoyu remain living. They had let Sichu Luosha off because they didn't care much for him. In the future, if he reached the divine sea, that would mean the Azura divine kingdom would gain another powerhouse. But this didn't matter much, because a divine kingdom's ultimate combat strength was decided by the peak powerhouse of that divine kingdom. A late divine sea supreme elder would definitely be able to instantly kill a weak divine sea powerhouse who relied on lucky chances to enhance their cultivation to that point. And Sichu Yaoyu had a slight chance of reaching the late divine sea. Her value was incomparable with that of Sichu Luosha. The bunch of old foxes. Lin Ming cursed in his heart. This other person only used a true essence sound transmission and didn't actually come forwards. It was obvious that the old fellow who sent the true essence sound transmission didn't have the courage to face Sichu Haotian. This also proved just how powerful Sichu Haotian was. Are you saying that you'll support me? Support your ass. The 3 divine sea masters of the Azura divine kingdom present were all standing around Sichu Yaoyu. Just how could he possibly kill her at this point? If he really insisted on killing Sichu Yaoyu, then he would have to wage absolute war here. Lin Ming estimated that Sichu Haotian was more or less a middle divine sea powerhouse, and one of the top characters of his level. He was only inferior to a first-class existence like the 9 furnace highest divine emperor, otherwise he would never have been able to become a divine emperor. If they really fought, then without the support of the Realm Heart Great Hall and the strongest array formation there, the Forsaken God clan wouldn't have the advantage anymore. Moreover, the Forsaken God clan would not fight with Sichu Haotian over some minor benefits for killing Sichu Yaoyu. Haotian, this little bastard doesn't know what death or danger are. Why are you even bothering with him? If we want to take away Yaoyu, just what can he do? Sichu Yaoshi fiercely said. The Azura divine kingdom had already bled a tremendous amount today. After losing the battle, they would have to pay Lin Ming the materials they promised as well as the 1.5 million spirit essence stones for Sichu Luosha's life. This was already more than 10 million spirit essence stones. And that didn't even include the slaughter puppets that had died. Paying such a great price was really the same as slicing off their flesh. Just shut your mouth. Sichu Haotian angrily responded with a true essence sound transmission. Right now his mood was extremely poor. He simply didn't want to speak nonsense with Sichu Yaoshi anymore. After Sichu Yaoshi was scolded by her younger brother, she was naturally unhappy. She could only vent her anger onto Lin Ming and say with a true essence sound transmission, "You little beast, consider yourself lucky today. 1.5 million spirit essence stones. Demand this price in front of everyone and I will agree to it. Otherwise, we will simply use force to take away Yaoyu and also not honor any of our previous agreement. We will make it so that you don't even obtain a single spirit essence stone from us." As Lin Ming heard Sichu Yaoshi's words, he was enraged. He hated this damnable old witch to the extreme. Even if she didn't care about honor, she still recognized that the Forsaken God clan wouldn't be able to do anything to the Azura divine kingdom. If they really waged war with each other, then the Forsaken God clan would still be able to struggle against them in this dimensional realm. But if they left this dimensional realm, then the Forsaken God clan would be in a miserable state. They wouldn't even need the Azura divine kingdom to do anything. Just the power of the curse would be enough to destroy them. In other words, if the Azura Divine Kingdom didn't care about face and ignored their gamble, refusing to pay anything at all, there was nothing Lin Ming would be able to do about it. This was the result of not having enough strength. If Lin Ming were currently the highest under the heavens, then he could kill Sichu Yaoshi in front of everyone and Sichu Haotian wouldn't even dare to fart. When I become an emperor, the first one I'll kill will be you. Lin Ming had already sentenced Sichu Yaoshi to death in his heart. You little beast, I'll give you 3 breaths of time to make your decision, otherwise you won't obtain anything at all. Sichu Yaoshi shouted once more. Lin Ming sneered. Then, he slowly said, You disgusting old witch, a divine sea supreme elder just sent me a sound transmission saying that as long as I kill Sichu Yaoyu, they will pay me 10 million spirit essence stones. Compared to the 1.5 million spirit essence stones you offer, they are far more generous. If you want to fight, then say it out loud and fight yourself. Otherwise, I'll really be made a fool. That old fellow who sent the sound transmission likely didn't have good intentions to begin with, and I have no idea who he is anyway. Perhaps he might even have offered that number of spirit essence stones in order to stir up a fight between the Forsaken God clan and the Azura Divine Kingdom. Although Lin Ming didn't speak too loudly, his words were fused with true essence. His words spread to every corner within 100 miles, where every martial artist could clearly hear him. All of the heroic young elites present sucked in a cold breath. They already had a feeling that today's events wouldn't be able to end peacefully. Someone was aiming at the Azura Divine Kingdom and had offered a sky-high price of 10 million spirit essence stones. They had no idea just what Sichu Haotian and Lin Ming would do in this situation. 10 million, he ha ha ha. Sichu Haotian sneered. It was already well within his expectations that Lin Ming would be offered this. Sichu Haotian suddenly looked up, his eyes sweeping over all the high-level spirit boats. This fellow martial arts cultivator is so generous. How about you stand out so this emperor can experience such grandiosity? 10 million spirit essence stones was not a minor number. It was likely that the one who offered that amount was a divine sea supreme elder. For instance, someone like Shang Yutian, Fairy Snowgale, Yang Yun, and the others. There was no need to mention Yang Yun's motivations. He was the 9-furnace divine kingdom crown prince. As for Shang Yutian and the others, they also had divine kingdoms that they followed, meaning they had no need to have their family clans pay this price. The other 3 divine kingdoms would love to see Sichu Yaoyu die. Let alone 10 million, they might even pay a higher price. Humph, no one is willing to step forwards. Sichu Haotian sneered. This scene caused Lin Ming to re-evaluate Sichu Haotian's strength. Since he dared to bring Sichu Yaoyu into this dimension realm, he naturally had faith in his own strength. This group of old foxes is indeed unreliable, Lin Ming frowned. He had planned to pull them in to help him out, but that now looked impossible. These people simply had no intention of tearing apart all face and engaging in a violent battle in this dimensional realm. At that time, even if Sichu Yaoyu was killed, 1 or 2 divine sea powerhouses might perish here under Sichu Haotian's hands. You little bastard, if you have a request then spit it out. Sichu Bonan coldly shouted. At this time, everyone's eyes focused on Lin Ming. In this sort of situation, every word he spoke would be under pressure. Because he lacked strength, there was simply no energy to back his words. Lin Ming thought for a moment and then calmly said, I will not kill Sichu Yaoyu, nor do I need spirit essence stones. Millimeter. Sichu Yaoshi and Sichu Bonan absolutely didn't expect that Lin Ming would say such words. Sichu Yaoshi sneered in her heart, coming to the conclusion that her threat had been effective. You little beast, I guess you do know your limitations after all. Let's go. Sichu Yaoshi coldly coughed as she spoke and then turned, planning on carrying off Sichu Yaoyu. Lin Ming shook his head. Hold up. Although I said that I won't kill Sichu Yaoyu, we shall still defer to customary rules. After a life or death battle, everything on Sichu Yaoyu's body is now my spoils of battle. What? As Lin Ming spoke, the entire audience was shocked. Sichu Yaoshi cried out in alarm like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. It had to be said that Sichu Yaoyu had 2 great treasures on her, the demon god Heartguard mirror and the great desolate blood halberd. The value of these two treasures was impossible to estimate. Chapter 864, The Side of Morality and Principle. Chapter 864, The Side of Morality and Principle. You little beast, what did you say? Sichu Yaoshi was so angry she nearly fainted. She had already given Lin Ming an offer of 1.5 million spirit essence stones, but Lin Ming had actually opened his mouth wide like a lion and demanded the demon god Heartguard mirror and the great desolate blood halberd, two top treasure. Their value was impossible to estimate. Lin Ming looked at Sichu Yaoshi with faint indifference and then laughed. This is a life or death struggle to begin with. Since I defeated Sichu Yaoyu, I can also take her life and naturally everything on her would be mine. These are the established customs of the Sky Spill continent. Do you think that you can use a saber to try to kill me, and then when your plan fails I somehow should give that saber back to you? Lin Ming didn't fear Sichu Yaoshi. In any case, he simply wasn't able to do anything else. It's not like he had been planning to kill Sichu Yaoyu anyway. Killing her was of no benefit to him. If so, then he might as well make a deal with the Azura Divine Kingdom. But Sichu Yaoshi had been so arrogant that she had actually started out with an offer of 1.5 million spirit essence stones. That was simply a disgraceful offer. You little bastard, Sichu Yaoshi gnashed out these 3 words and then turned to look at Sichu Haotian. Haotian, this little beast cannot be allowed to live. The 3 of us will fight together. Emperor Uncle and I will stop Shabai and that masked old man while you kill that boy. With your strength you should have at least a 70 to 80% assurance. After a life or death struggle that was intended to resolve their differences, Sichu Yaoshi had actually disregarded the results and launched a vicious attack. Since she had already torn off any face she had left, she simply didn't care about how the rest of the martial world looked at her. Sichu Haotian took a deep breath and calmly said, "The Forsaken God Clan's third Divine Sea powerhouse has already caught up. He's hiding in the distorted space around Lin Lanjian. With Lin Lanjian under the protection of a Divine Sea powerhouse skilled in space laws, do you really think that I have a 70 to 80% chance of killing him?" As Sichu Yaoshi heard Sichu Haotian's words, she was stunned. She opened her mouth as if she wanted to speak, but finally didn't say anything. Sichu Haotian pondered for a moment. Although he should be stronger than that third Divine Sea Elder, wanting to suppress him within a few moves was not realistic. Even if he disregarded how the world's martial artists saw him and attacked Lin Lanjian publicly, he still had to do so in a situation where he would be able to instantly and successfully kill him. The atmosphere had fallen into an impasse. The 3 Divine Sea powerhouses of the Forsaken God Clan faced off against the 3 Divine Sea powerhouses of the Azura Divine Kingdom. Although Sichu Haotian's previous words had been filled with bravado, the truth was that he really didn't wish to fight here. He might not fear anyone, but with so many masters present, one of them might take advantage of the chaos and launch a sneak attack against Sichu Yaoyu. If that happened, it was obvious what would happen to her. In the end, Sichu Haotian had simply brought too few top powerhouses here today. The Azura Divine Kingdom had over a dozen Divine Sea Supreme Elders. 3 of them were old emperor uncles that had either gone into seclusion, were traveling the world, or were adventuring for their own lucky chances. It was impossible for him to request those 3 emperor uncles to escort Sichu Yaoyu for a single battle. As for the rest of the Divine Sea Supreme Elders, they had to be left behind to defend the Azura Divine Kingdom. Thus, the Azura Divine Kingdom didn't have many masters they were able to bring today. In such a dreadful stalemate, a long ringing bell suddenly rang out. An extraordinary and wizened blue-clothed old man came riding forwards on the back of a green ox, a peach staff in his hand. That ringing sound had come from the copper bell around the green ox's neck. This blue-clothed old man was Old Man Good Fortune. "Everyone, please calm down and be patient." Old Man Good Fortune only spoke a few casual words, but these words seemed to contain an invisible magic. The tense atmosphere immediately eased by a great deal. As Sichu Haotian saw Old Man Good Fortune, his pupils suddenly shrank. This old fellow was rumored to have lived for 8,000 years. In the Sky-Spill continent, he was the oldest human alive. Sichu Haotian naturally feared and dreaded him. So he was the one who warned me of that sneak attack. When Sichu Bonan had sneak attacked him, Lin Ming had heard an old voice filled with the vicissitudes of life, reminding him to watch his back. That voice was the same as Old Man Good Fortune's. Lin Ming had already been in a poor condition at the time. If Old Man Good Fortune hadn't warned him, then he might have been struck by Sichu Bonan. At the least, he would have been hit by the energy shockwaves. In this tense situation, if he had been severely wounded and lost his combat efficiency, then that would undoubtedly have put him in an extremely dangerous position. Thus, Lin Ming felt very grateful to Old Man Good Fortune. Divine Emperor Haotian, how about listening to the words of an old man? In a confrontation of two sides, Old Man Good Fortune had suddenly appeared, adding a number of complex variables to the mix. All of the martial artists present suddenly rose to attention, waiting to see just what would happen. This was related to the national destiny of the Azura Divine Kingdom and the fate of the future highest under the heavens. It naturally attracted the attention of everyone present. Sichu Haotian knit his eyebrows together. When it came to the interests of the Azura Divine Kingdom, he simply didn't wish for outsiders to intervene. This was because for today's matters, no matter what happened, it was the Azura Divine Kingdom that was in the wrong. As long as this Old Man Good Fortune decided to reason with rationale and principle, then whatever remarks he said would be extremely unfavorable towards the Azura Divine Kingdom. How could Sichu Haotian possibly be willing to allow this to happen? However, Old Man Good Fortune's status and seniority that could crush him into the dirt actually left him no choice but to endure this. He reluctantly said, "Senior Good Fortune, please speak." Old Man Good Fortune nodded. He looked at Shibai and Lin Ming, wanting to know what they thought of this. Lin Ming cupped his fists together and said, "Senior Good Fortune, please speak. This junior will listen with rapt attention." Old Man Good Fortune faintly smiled. "Since you two are willing to give old me some face, then I shall act as peacemaker this time." Little friend Lin Lanjian, according to what I know, today is the day you first met Sichu Yaoyu. You do not have any grudges or injustice with her. Although this is a life or death struggle, to show mercy and forgiveness is what men should do. So, how about we let her off for today? As Old Man Good Fortune spoke, Shibai slightly pressed his eyebrows together. Although he knew that Old Man Good Fortune wasn't finished speaking and he should have some conditions aimed at the Azura Divine Kingdom, if they agreed now then it would be impossible for them to go back on this promise. They would have lost all capital for bargaining and would only be able to listen to Old Man Good Fortune's request. However, Lin Ming actually agreed without any hesitation. Not to mention that Old Man Good Fortune hadn't finished speaking, but just the kindness of warning him of danger was enough for Lin Ming to agree to this condition. Good. Then, Divine Emperor Haotian, for today's matter, your Azura Divine Kingdom was the first to act and even decided on the life or death battle for today. This battle was supposed to resolve all enmity between you. However, after this battle ended, two of your Azura Divine Kingdom's Divine Sea powerhouses actually attacked a mere first-stage life destruction junior. One of them even launched a sneak attack on him. I fear that no matter where you go in the world, there is no way you can convince anyone that what you say is right. As Old Man Good Fortune spoke to here, Sichu Yaoshi and Sichu Bonan both had extremely ugly expressions. Old Man Good Fortune was obviously helping Lin Ming. Or rather, it could be said he was standing on the side of principle and morality. If it weren't for Old Man Good Fortune's status and strength, they would have already flipped these peace talks upside down. Sichu Haotian narrowed his eyes a bit. He had expected this would happen. Since Old Man Good Fortune appeared, if he didn't stand on the side of principles and morality then he would certainly be criticized by everyone. In other words, he had come today to help Lin Ming. Senior Good Fortune, just what do you want? You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories,